Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The horrifying thing after the emergency alert. I was still half asleep when the emergency alert blared from my phone. The sound ripped through the room like a fire alarm. I jolted up, heart pounding, hands scrambling for the device. The screen glowed red. Emergency alert. Do not exit your home. Lock all doors and windows. A biohazard containment failure has occurred in Beattyville. Shelter in place until further notice. For a moment, I just stared at it. I read the message again and again. Then I got up and looked out my bedroom window. The apartment complex was dead quiet, but a few porch lights flicked on one after the other like dominoes. Curtains shifted. Someone opened their door. I lived in a small housing unit on the south edge of town, just outside of downtown Beattyville. A forgotten place nestled between farmlands and back roads. You'd miss it if you blinked while driving by. No one important ever came here. That was part of its charm, or maybe its curse. My roommate Jake came out of his room, rubbing his eyes and holding his own phone. "You see this?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out hoarse. "What the hell does it mean?" "Containment failure." "No clue," Jake muttered, stepping to the window. I didn't even know we had any containment facilities in Beattyville. We stood in silence for a moment, watching the complex come alive. It was 2:08 a.m. Everyone was awake now, drawn to the glow of their screens, the same alert flashing in blood red. Our unit faced the main access road. I saw at least 6 people outside already, stepping into their yards, looking around like they expected someone to explain what was going on. Across the walkway from us was Sarah's unit. She worked nights at a medical office in town. Early 30s, always kept to herself. Lived with her younger brother Ethan, a 16-year-old who spent more time on his bike than in school. They were good people, survivors. I heard a door open across the hall, then saw Sarah stepping out in her scrubs, pulling a hoodie over her arms. Her flashlight clicked on and cut across the lawn. Jake opened our door. "Where are you going?" "I want to check if anyone's heard anything official," she said. "I've been trying every number I can think of. Police, sheriff's office, even the local hospital." No answer. All I got was that alert. "You saw it too then," I said, stepping out behind Jake. Ethan appeared behind her, barefoot on the porch, arms crossed tight over his chest. "We should stay inside. It literally says to stay inside. I just need to talk to someone. Something's wrong," Sarah said. Her voice didn't panic. It was determined. That calm before the storm kind of tone. The air was still and heavy, no wind, no crickets, just the hum of old porch bulbs and the crunch of gravel as neighbors wandered into the street. I counted maybe 10, 12 people, all holding phones, murmuring, frowning. Then something shifted. A faint sound echoed from the trees lining the far end of the complex. A wet dragging noise, rhythmic, sluggish, like something heavy being pulled across pavement. Everyone turned toward it at once. Nobody spoke. Then came the scream. A man came stumbling out from the tree line, arms waving, blood running down his side. It was Mr. Hargrove, a retired school janitor who lived near the dumpsters. He made it halfway across the road before collapsing onto the concrete. Blood smeared the sidewalk as he rolled over, clutching at his stomach. A woman ran to help. She was screaming something about a wound, about skin coming off. And then she staggered back, retching. That's when the second alert hit. Emergency alert update. Remain indoors. Armed units en route. Do not approach infected individuals. Symptoms include hemorrhaging, unprovoked aggression, and severe body deterioration. Infected? Jake said barely above a whisper. Before anyone could process it, something stepped out of the woods. It wasn't fast. It didn't leap or run. It walked, limping awkwardly like its bones didn't line up right. Its skin was a pale, glistening gray, stretched over joints like plastic wrap. Its face looked warped, jaw too wide, one eye too high, no expression, no reaction. And then came another, and another, 3 of them moving slowly but deliberately, arms loose at their sides, heads tilting at sharp angles. They didn't seem to notice the lights, or the alert tones, or the screaming, but when someone ran, they noticed that. I'll never forget the way they moved once they locked in. Their sluggish crawl turned into a sudden, jerky sprint. The first man they caught didn't even make it up the porch stairs. He hit the ground hard and didn't get up again. The second was torn backward by his shoulder and vanished behind a parked car. "Get inside!" someone shouted, and the group scattered. Sarah grabbed Ethan's wrist and yanked him back toward their door. Jake and I rushed back into ours, slamming the lock shut just as someone pounded on it from outside. For a moment, I thought it was one of them, but when I looked through the peephole, I saw it was Sarah and Ethan. I pulled them in without thinking. "What the hell were those things?" Jake asked, breathless. Sarah was white as paper. They didn't look real, like their faces were wrong, and they didn't make a sound. They just moved fast. "I saw them pull Brad under his truck," Ethan whispered, staring blankly at the floor. No one said anything after that. We turned off the lights, closed all the blinds. The only light was the glow from our phones, but there were no more alerts, no signals, just the memory of that red warning burned into our eyes. We stayed huddled in the center of the room, listening to every creak and thump from outside. Somewhere down the hall, someone screamed. Then something slammed into a wall. Around 3 a.m., something knocked gently on our living room window. 3 soft taps. Deliberate, measured. None of us moved. Not a breath. We just stared at the curtains and prayed it would go away. When morning finally came, there were no birds, no cars, no sounds of life, only silence. And that was somehow worse. The silence the next morning felt unnatural. It wasn't just quiet, it was void, like sound had packed up and left with the rest of the world. I opened the blinds just a little, peeking through with one eye, careful not to draw attention. Our complex looked like it had aged a decade overnight. The air outside was still gray, like the sun didn't have the strength to fully rise. 2 of the porch lights that had been on the night before were shattered, glass scattered across the front walk. The road was empty, except for a streak of blood drying under Mr. Hargrove's mailbox. His body was gone. I closed the blinds and stepped back. Jake sat on the edge of the couch, chewing a torn nail. Sarah leaned in the corner of the kitchen, arms folded, eyes red. Ethan was still curled up in our recliner, eyes wide open as if he hadn't blinked once. "What do we do now?" Jake finally asked. No one answered. We spent that entire morning listening. Occasionally, we'd hear a distant crash, metal on concrete, or a muffled scream far off, but nothing came to our door. By noon, hunger was kicking in. I checked the fridge. We had a few bottles of water, some dry cereal, and leftover spaghetti. Not enough for 4 people. "I'll go next door," Sarah said. "See what my place has." "You shouldn't go alone," I told her. She nodded. "Then come with me, but keep your head down." We agreed to use the back entrance, which led into a narrow corridor behind the units. Jake and Ethan would stay inside and lock the door behind us. If we weren't back in 5 minutes, they were to barricade the place. We moved quickly and quietly. The hallway was tight. The air smelled damp. I kept looking over my shoulder like something might slide in behind us, but we reached her door without incident. Sarah's hands were steady as she unlocked it. Inside, everything looked untouched. Neat. Her brother's half-done homework was still on the table. The answering machine blinked red with missed calls, all probably from the night before, but the power was dead. No lights, no response from any switch. I helped her bag up canned food, water bottles, and medical supplies, bandages, painkillers, gloves. Then I saw her pause at the window. "What is it?" I asked. "Across the lot. Look," she said and pointed. I crept beside her and followed her gaze. Near the edge of the complex, behind a row of bushes, 2 people were walking. A woman and a man. Normal at first glance, upright, steady, but there was something off. Their clothes were torn and wet. Their heads twitched unnaturally every few steps, like a glitch in a video. The woman's right arm dangled uselessly at her side, broken or detached, and they weren't wandering. They were walking in a straight line toward one of the units. "They look normal," I said. "Not normal enough," she replied. As we watched, the man at the front door must have heard them. He stepped out, waved at them cautiously. Hey, do you know what's going on? Are you okay?" The woman lunged before he could even finish his sentence. She moved like she'd been yanked by a cable, 1 second upright, the next on top of him. He screamed and tried to shove her off, but the man following her joined in. Within seconds, both were biting, tearing, clawing. We ducked away from the window, the sound of the man's screams echoing like sirens in our heads. Sarah grabbed the bag and ran for the back door. I followed, breath caught in my chest. Every second felt like a rope tightening around my ribs. We made it back without being seen. Inside, Jake and Ethan looked up pale and shaking. "You heard that?" Jake asked. We nodded. "They're not people," Sarah said, putting the bag on the counter. "I don't care what they look like. They're not." We took stock of everything we had now. Enough food to last 3 days if we rationed. Water, maybe 5 days. It wasn't much, but it gave us time. And time meant options. That night was worse. The sky turned from gray to charcoal. The temperature dropped. Around 9 p.m., the building began to creak. Not the usual settling. This was deeper, heavier, like something was pressing against the outer walls. We killed the lights again and sat in the dark. No one spoke. At exactly 11:03 p.m., something moved on the front porch. We heard the boards groan. Slow steps. Then a hand, or what sounded like a hand, dragged across the siding. No knocking this time. Just the sound of something breathing outside the door. And then a whisper. A real whisper. Too low to hear clearly, but unmistakable. Like a voice trying to form words it didn't understand. Jake covered his mouth. Ethan's eyes watered. Sarah reached out and gripped my hand tight enough to leave a bruise. The whispering stopped. The steps retreated, but we didn't sleep. The next morning, we found out someone else had survived. Jake spotted a signal mirror flashing from across the complex up on the roof of the old maintenance shack. It was Walt, the groundskeeper, who lived in the tool shed and mostly kept to himself. He was in his 60s, maybe older, always wore a trucker hat, and smelled like pine oil. We hadn't seen him since the first night. He was alive and signaling us. We waited until the path looked clear, then made our way over. Same plan as before. Sarah and I would go. Jake and Ethan would stay and watch. We kept to the back again, ducking behind fences and low shrubs. It was quiet, too quiet. I kept waiting for something to burst out of the shadows. We made it to the shack. The door was unlocked slightly, ajar. I pushed it open slowly, calling his name. Walt. A sound came from above. Then the ceiling creaked, and a ladder dropped down. He was up in the attic crawl space, pulled us up quickly, and shut the panel behind us. He turned the space into a kind of bunker. Dry goods, water jugs, even an old radio rig powered by a car battery. "You two okay?" he asked. "You're the first people I've seen still moving like humans." "What the hell is happening, Walt?" Sarah asked. He looked at us for a moment, then sighed. "Ain't no biohazard facility in Beattyville. Not one. But 20 miles north, there's an unlisted military compound, used for research. They said it shut down years ago, but it didn't." I asked. He shook his head. "Last year, I caught one of their trucks dumping barrels in the river near the edge of town. Saw the logo, a red triangle with a black circle inside. Have you ever seen that before?" Sarah froze. "That's the same symbol on the alerts." I think something leaked into the water," Walt said. "Or the air. I don't know. But what's out there now? That ain't natural. And they're not fixing it. They're letting it burn." His eyes dropped. "We're part of the containment." Walt's words hit like a hammer to the chest. "We weren't survivors. We were witnesses. And the people running the show, they weren't coming to help us. We were sealed in like a petri dish under a microscope. Nothing was getting in. And sure as hell, nothing was getting out. For a few seconds, none of us said anything. Sarah leaned against the wooden beam of the attic wall, chewing her lip, her hands trembling despite her calm. I sat on an overturned milk crate, still absorbing what Walt had said. "They're letting us rot in here," I muttered. Walt nodded, eyes fixed on the small radio beside him. "I've been trying to reach anyone on this damn thing for 2 days. No response. All the frequencies are dead. The only signal that comes through is the emergency loop. Just the same message on repeat. Shelter in place. Await instructions. That's it. No new information, no evacuation orders, no rescue. Sarah stared at the far wall, her voice low and cold. Then we're on our own. We gathered what Walt could spare. A small duffel with extra bottled water, 2 cans of beans, a folding utility knife, and one of his old CB radios powered by a battery brick. As we climbed down the ladder and slipped out of the shack, the air outside felt denser, heavier, not like humidity, more like being watched, like the sky itself was pressing down. We stayed low as we made our way back to the unit, cutting behind the dumpsters and ducking beneath windows. I kept expecting something to lurch out from the shadows. Every second outside felt like a game of Russian roulette. Quiet, calm, and one misstep from disaster. When we got back, Jake had the door open and pulled us in fast, locking it behind us. "What did he say?" he asked. Sarah answered for both of us. "We've been abandoned." We sat together at the kitchen table, the 4 of us, while Sarah explained what Walt told us. The facility, the dumping, the radio silence. Jake swore under his breath and rubbed his face with both hands. Ethan just stared down at the wood grain of the table like he was trying to disappear into it. "We can't stay here forever," Jake said after a long pause. "We have maybe 4 days of food tops. After that, what?" "We'll figure it out," Sarah said. But the cracks in her voice betrayed her confidence. We decided to keep rotating watch shifts through the night, just in case anything returned. I took the first shift, Sarah second. Jake and Ethan would rest, swap in later. I sat by the front window. The blinds tilted just enough to see out, but not enough for anything to see in. The night dragged like a dying animal. The moon was high, but the sky was wrong, tinted a strange yellow-gray that didn't match the time. My ears strained for any sound, but there was nothing. Not even the breeze. Then, just before 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not loud, not rushing. Just a soft shuffle of soles against concrete. I peered out and spotted a man walking slowly down the sidewalk, arms loose at his sides, head tilted too far left. He passed under a porch light, and I saw his face clearly. It was Kyle, a cashier from the gas station down the road. He used to flirt with Sarah every time she bought snacks there. He was only a year or 2 younger than me, but now his face was different. His skin looked tight, cracked around the eyes and mouth like sun-baked clay. One eye was milky white and his lips were slightly open, revealing teeth that looked too long. His left arm was twisted inward, dragging behind him like it had been yanked from the socket. But what chilled me most wasn't the damage. It was that he was humming. I couldn't place the tune. Something soft, childlike. Just a string of broken hums and murmurs over and over again. And he wasn't alone. Behind him came another, then another. A slow parade of twitching. Fractured bodies moving like wind-up dolls down the center of the complex. Some bled openly. Others had skin peeling in wide, loose sheets. One woman's jaw hung free on one side, swinging slightly with every step. Still they walked. Still they hummed. I backed away from the window. Heart pounding, stomach twisting. I didn't wake the others, there was no point. They were just passing through. No sign they knew we were inside. But I didn't sleep either. When Sarah relieved me for the second shift, I whispered what I saw. She didn't flinch, just nodded and took my place by the window. The next morning, we found out someone had broken the pattern. A boy named Cody lived in Building C farther back in the complex. He was a few years older than Ethan. They used to skate together, drink behind the shed. Turns out Cody didn't follow the shelter-in-place order. His parents were already gone. They'd left the house sometime during the first alert. Cody stayed, holed up in their garage, eating through canned ravioli and old junk food. But at some point, he must have gotten desperate. Ethan spotted him in the distance, waving from the rooftop of Building C. We used the radio Walt gave us to make contact, static at first. Then Cody's voice crackled through. "You guys alive?" he asked. "Please tell me I'm not the only one left." We arranged a meetup. Same plan. Sarah and I would go. This time, we'd cut through the rear alley that snaked behind the maintenance garage. Cody would lower a rope from the rooftop. We'd grab supplies, exchange info, get a better view from higher up. It took us 15 minutes to make it to his building. The alley smelled like rot, old garbage, spoiled meat. I tried not to think about what might be around the corner of every shadow. When we reached the fire escape, The rope was already dangling down. Sarah went first. I followed. The climb wasn't long, but every second with my back exposed felt like standing on a target. Cody helped us over the edge. He looked thinner than I remembered. Pale, wiry, with sunken eyes and a fresh scab running across his neck. He smiled anyway. Didn't think I'd see another human face, he said. We brought some snacks and water from Walt's stash. Cody traded us 2 road flares and a small drone with a camera. Said he'd been using it to scout the area from above. It's worse than you think, he told us. There's more of them every day, not just here. They're spilling out of town. I flew the drone all the way to the county line yesterday. People are wandering highways covered in blood, moving toward the nearest towns, and no one's stopping them. Sarah's expression went blank. How is that possible? No roadblocks, no military, nothing. It's like they gave up before they even tried. I looked out from the roof, scanning the horizon. The town looked smaller from up here. Broken. Empty. But then I saw something move far across the distance at the edge of the woods. 3 black vehicles, unmarked, boxy, parked just behind the tree line. I pointed them out. Cody picked up the drone controller. Watch this. He launched the drone, soaring it out toward the cars. The screen showed the forest canopy below, then the clearing with the vehicles. The drone hovered above them, but there was no reaction, no movement. Then, on the screen, the cars began to back up fast. The drone signal scrambled, then cut to black, and the screen displayed one final line of text before shutting off. Connection terminated, area secured. The 3 of us stood there on the roof, staring at the words on the dead drone screen. Connection terminated, area secured. No warning, no interference. Just clean, calculated shutdown. Someone somewhere didn't want us seeing what those vehicles were doing. And that meant one thing. They knew. Sarah slowly lowered the drone to the ground and stepped back like it might explode. They're watching everything, she said, voice low and nearly shaking. They've probably been watching since day one. Why wouldn't they stop it? Cody asked, his voice breaking. If they have eyes on the town, if they see what's happening, why not stop it? I answered without thinking. Because they want it contained, not cured. The words hung heavy in the air. Sarah sat down on the edge of the rooftop, staring out over the housing complex. Cody looked ready to cry. I understood. It felt like everything we were holding out hope for, the idea of rescue, the belief that someone was coming, had been gutted in one clean blow. Then we don't wait anymore, Sarah said finally. We don't wait for help. We don't sit in a unit until we starve or get torn apart. We leave and go where? Cody asked. You said they're spreading. You saw it. They're beyond town lines. If we leave, we might just be walking into more of them. Not if we do it smart, she said. We find a working vehicle. Load up with what we can. We aim for the foothills. No highways. No main roads off-road. If they're watching towns, they're not watching the wild. It sounded desperate, risky, but the longer I thought about it, the more it made sense. We'd lasted 4 days. Our food wouldn't stretch another 4. Staying wasn't survival anymore. It was waiting to die. We told Cody to pack what he could. 1 bag, nothing more. We'd return to our place, fill up our own, and meet back here before nightfall. Cody nodded and disappeared inside. Sarah and I retraced our path back through the alley, keeping our heads low. The air smelled worse now, more sour, like decay in a plastic bag. As we turned the corner, we heard something that made us both freeze. A soft click, then another. Footsteps. Close, but not on the concrete. On glass. We ducked behind a rusted-out dumpster just in time to see one of them come into view. It was a woman, or what was left of one. She walked barefoot across the shattered remains of a window pane. Bloodied soles, skin stretched so tight you could see the muscles flex underneath. Her eyes were gone, sunken holes stared ahead, but she moved like she knew exactly where she was going. Her mouth hung open, jaw twitching with every step. She didn't groan, didn't growl. She just existed. What was worse was the trail she left behind. With every step, her body sloughed skin, peeling strips that fell like tissue. Her right shoulder was entirely raw. You could see bone through the meat. And still she walked. No pain, no hesitation. She passed within 5 feet of us and never looked down. Once she was gone, We waited 5 minutes before moving again. By the time we got back to our place, I felt like my blood had gone cold. Jake opened the door fast when he saw us coming. Ethan was in the kitchen, a backpack half full of food. "You're back late," Jake said. "Ran into one," Sarah replied, setting her bag down. "Didn't notice us." I went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face. I stared at myself in the mirror for a while. I looked older, hollowed out, like something had scraped the color out of my eyes. In the main room, we packed fast. 1 bag per person, essentials only. Food, meds, first aid, flashlights, batteries. I found my dad's old camping hatchet under my bed, rusted but solid. I tucked it into my belt. Jake grabbed a crowbar from the storage closet. Ethan carried a kitchen knife in a duct-taped sheath. It was sloppy, but it would have to do. By late afternoon, we made it back to Cody's building. He wasn't on the roof. We waited 20 minutes. Nothing. Sarah banged on the rooftop hatch with her flashlight. "Cody, it's us." Silence. Something was wrong. Jake stepped back and looked at me. "Are we going in?" "We can't leave without knowing," I said. We opened the hatch and dropped down, one at a time. His apartment door was unlocked, slightly ajar. We moved in slowly. The place looked normal at first. His duffel sat on the kitchen counter, half zipped. The lights were out, but the curtains let in enough gray daylight to see. "Cody," I called. No answer. We turned the corner into the bedroom and stopped. Cody was slumped in the far corner, knees to his chest, arms wrapped tight around them. His mouth was open, twitching. His eyes were glassy, staring through us. His shirt was torn at the shoulder, revealing a deep bite mark, not fresh, infected, already black around the edges. "Jesus Christ," Jake whispered. "He's turning." Sarah moved cautiously forward, crouched next to him. "Cody, can you hear me?" His mouth moved slowly, slurred. "Didn't know it was in the house. Didn't feel it." She looked up at me and shook her head. "He's close." "What do we do?" Ethan asked. His voice was shaking. There wasn't time for debate. If he turned here in this room, one of us wouldn't walk out. Maybe more. I walked over to the counter and picked up the flare Cody had shown us yesterday. Then I walked back into the room, knelt beside him, and placed it in his hands. He looked at me just for a second, clear eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. We left him there. We shut the door. We didn't lock it. He didn't ask us to. But before we stepped out of the apartment, I heard the sound of the flare being struck. Then a low gasp. Then nothing. We returned to the rooftop. From there, we scouted a path, weaving between buildings, hugging the fences, moving toward the edge of town. Where the repair lot Saturday, there were at least 3 vehicles parked there. Maybe one would run. "Tomorrow morning," Sarah said. "First light, that's when we move." That night, none of us spoke much. We sat on the roof for hours. Jake smoked through half a pack. Ethan stared into space. Sarah wiped her knife clean over and over. I watched the horizon. At 3:14 a.m., we saw something we weren't supposed to see. A flare, bright red, shot into the sky from the center of town. A signal, a call, or a warning. Sarah stood slowly. "That was near the courthouse. That's where the emergency shelters are," Jake said. "Maybe someone's still alive," I offered. "Or maybe," she said, "someone just made noise. A lot of it. None of us slept." The flare haunted the sky for a long time. It rose in a clean arc, a brilliant red slash against the gray clouds, then lingered like a wound that wouldn't close. Even after it burned out, I could still see the after image burned into the back of my eyes. No one said it aloud, but we all thought the same thing. It was suicide. No one smart would have lit that up. Not in this place. Not with them crawling through the streets like silent termites in the walls. But the thought that someone might still be alive, someone desperate enough to scream into the sky, stirred something we hadn't felt in days. Hope. Dangerous, blinding hope. "We should go check it out," Jake said sometime after 4 o'clock. He stood with his arms crossed, backpack already strapped. "If someone's alive, we can't just sit here and let them die." "You didn't see what happened to Cody," Sarah said. "I did. That's why we need to move fast," he replied. "We're leaving at sunrise anyway. What's the difference if we swing through the courthouse on the way out? We're gonna get one shot at this. I said one. If we get pinned in that town square, we're done. Ethan spoke up for the first time in hours. What if they're military? Everyone turned to him. What if whoever lit the flare, it's one of them? What if they're signaling evac or something? Sarah glanced back toward the horizon. That flare wasn't a military issue. It was a cheap handheld and red means distress, not pickup. But still, I added, if they're alive, they might know something we don't. Something useful. If they're dead, we keep moving. After a long pause, Sarah gave a nod. First light we go. The sun rose like it was ashamed to show its face. A soft orange glow filtered through the haze. It didn't feel like morning. It felt like the world had hit pause. Time still moved, but only just. We moved down from the rooftop, staying off the main paths. The complex was mostly still. No movement in the yards, no sign of the infected. But every corner still held weight. Every shadow pulled at my nerves. We stuck close to fences and low walls, cutting behind the old postal depot and looping toward Main Street. The town square sat in a shallow bowl of buildings, City Hall, a gutted movie theater, a shuttered diner, and the courthouse. The flare had gone up from behind the ladder. We paused 3 blocks out. Sarah held up her hand and pointed ahead. I followed her gaze. One of them stood motionless in the middle of the intersection. Not walking, not searching, just standing. Its head was tilted up, mouth slightly open as if breathing in the morning air. Blood covered its chin and neck. Its arms hung limp at its sides. It didn't twitch or sway like the others. It was waiting. We ducked behind a half-collapsed mailbox and held still. After 5 minutes, it hadn't moved. Sarah leaned in close to whisper. We go around the back route. We backtracked down an alley filled with garbage bins and broken crates, hopping a fence into someone's overgrown backyard. From there, we followed a narrow path behind 2 houses, finally coming up on the side of the courthouse. The flare had definitely come from here. A scorched red canister still sat smoldering on the cracked pavement, but there was no one here. We scanned the windows. Nothing. No figures. No movement. Maybe they went inside, Ethan said. Sarah approached the back entrance, hand on her knife. The door was wedged open an inch, held in place by a cracked brick. Inside was pitch black. I clicked on my flashlight and followed her in, the others trailing behind. The beam of light cut through the dust like a blade. The interior looked abandoned. Old wooden furniture overturned. Filing cabinets cracked open. Papers were strewn across the floor, covered in footprints. Then we heard it. A soft thump from above. Someone was here. We crept up the stairs, one careful step at a time. The sound came again, rhythmic, spaced, like someone pacing. We reached the second floor and turned the corner. A man stood at the end of the hall. He looked normal, filthy, blood-stained, but breathing. His left pant leg was torn, and a deep gash ran from knee to ankle, wrapped in a makeshift bandage. He had a crowbar in one hand and a small lantern in the other. He was startled by the lights. Jesus, he said. You're real. We all froze. You lit the flare? Sarah asked. He nodded, laughing nervously. Didn't think anyone would actually come. I thought I was the only one left. Who are you? I asked. Name's Roy. Used to work maintenance down at the fairgrounds. Been holed up here since the second night. Ran out of food yesterday. Jake stepped forward. You alone? Roy hesitated. Not exactly. He pointed to the office behind him. Found a woman yesterday. She was different. Not like the others. She talked coherently, said she escaped from the North Sector, wherever that is. Is she infected? Sarah asked. I don't think so, he replied. No wounds, no fever, just strange. We followed him into the office. A woman sat on the floor in the corner, knees pulled to her chest. Mid-30s, blonde hair matted with dirt. Her eyes twitched every few seconds, flicking toward the windows, the walls, the floor. She looked up at us and smiled. You're from the housing block, she said. I saw your lights. Sarah crouched beside her. Are you okay? The woman nodded slowly. They were testing something. I don't know what. I cleaned the labs, that's all. But it got out. Spread faster than they expected. What was it? I asked. Her eyes glazed slightly. They said it was for regrowth, rapid cell regeneration, fixing brain trauma, nerve damage. But it went wrong. Something about the proteins. It wouldn't stop replicating. Started reanimating dead cells, making the body think it was alive even after it was gone. And the military? Jake asked. They quarantined the lab, but it was too late. They called it a Tier 5 loss. That means they wiped the whole zone. Anyone left is part of the cleanup. Sarah stood slowly. We need to go now. Take her with us, I asked. She looked over at the woman, then back at me. No, she knows too much. And if she's lying, we're walking into a trap. Before anyone could argue, a sound shattered the moment. A long wheezing moan, not from the hallway, from inside the room. We turned just as Roy collapsed. The woman stood above him, her crowbar in hand, soaked in blood. Her smile was gone. Her eyes were blank. Jake lunged and slammed her against the wall. She shrieked, a sound that wasn't human, and clawed at his face. I grabbed her arm, felt the inhuman strength behind it. She's turning, Ethan screamed. Sarah didn't hesitate. She drove her knife into the woman's throat. The shriek turned into a gurgle. She dropped to the floor, limbs spasming, then nothing. Roy didn't move. His chest wasn't rising. Check him, Sarah said. I knelt down. He's gone. Jake stepped back, breathing hard, blood trickling down the side of his face. I think she bit me, he whispered. Everyone went still. For a moment, the world went still again. No one breathed. No one moved. We just stared at Jake. He leaned against the desk, gripping it tightly with both hands, trying to steady himself. A faint smear of blood ran down his temple. Sarah stepped forward and pulled a small flashlight from her pocket, shining it toward the side of his face. There, just above his cheekbone, were 4 thin puncture marks. Shallow, but unmistakable. Damn it, she whispered. Jake didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the floor. I saw the way his chest rose faster than before, his breathing beginning to tremble. Panic was crawling in. How long, he asked, still staring down. We don't know, I said. Could be hours. Could be minutes. Some of them took longer. I'm not taking that risk, Jake replied, lifting his head. You all need to go. Yeah, I started. No, he cut me off. I'm not dying in a hallway or turning on people I care about. We have a plan, right? The vehicle lot, the foothills. You all go. I'll give you the window. His hand slipped to the crowbar on his belt. No one's staying behind, Sarah said sharply. Not like this. You can still make it. I won't risk it. Not after Cody. Not after what we saw. Ethan took a step toward him. There has to be something we can do. Jake turned toward the boy and I saw something shift in his face. A softness. A goodbye. You take care of your sister, Ethan, he said. You've got more heart than half the adults in this town. Don't lose that. Ethan looked like he wanted to argue, to scream even, but instead he nodded, eyes burning. I stepped forward. If you're set on this, you're not doing it alone. No, Jake said quickly. No one's dying with me. I'm not dying, I told him, but I'm not letting you go out there with just a crowbar and a last stand. You're going to make noise. Draw them out. That's a 2-person job. Sarah stared at both of us. You're out of your minds. We'll circle back to the lot once we've cleared the way, I said. We'll give you the safest shot we can. Sarah looked at me and I saw it. The silent acceptance. She didn't like it, but she understood. She hugged me without a word. Then she pulled a small walkie from her pack and pressed it into my hand. Channel 3, she said. You get to the lot, you call me. I nodded. Then we were moving. Sarah and Ethan slipped out first. Back through the side door and down into the alley, disappearing into the stillness beyond. Jake and I waited 2 minutes. Then we opened the main doors of the courthouse. The street was empty, bathed in that ugly gray daylight. It felt like standing on a stage before an audience of ghosts. Jake and I moved into the intersection and made our way toward the middle of the square. He grabbed a steel trash bin and kicked it over with a loud crash. Then he screamed, a raw, guttural howl of fury and grief, a sound that shook the windows. Within 30 seconds, we heard them. Dozens of footsteps scraping, shuffling fast. They came from every direction, from alleys, from rooftops, from the sewer grates. They poured in, limping, jerking, some on all fours. their bodies twisted in every wrong way imaginable. Eyes glistening, mouths open, black fluid dripping from their lips. They shrieked when they saw us. Jake raised the crowbar. "Are you ready for this?" he asked, looking at me with a broken grin. "Not even a little," I said. We didn't wait for the charge. We met them halfway. The next 15 minutes were a blur of movement and noise. We struck, dodged, ran, pulled them down side streets. I led a cluster through the old hardware store, doubling back while Jake drew more toward the alley beside the bank. We lit a flare and tossed it into a shattered storefront. Glass exploded. The noise brought more. At one point, I saw him standing on top of a car, swinging the crowbar in wide arcs, blood spraying with each hit. He looked like a man already gone, not suicidal, just free. Like this was his way of burning out on his own terms. Then a scream. I turned in time to see him drop the crowbar. They were on him, 5 at once. He looked at me and didn't speak. He just nodded. I kept running. By the time I reached the vehicle lot on the edge of town, I was out of breath and out of strength. My body ached. My hands shook. The chain link gate was already open. Sarah stood next to a dark green pickup truck, the engine running. Ethan sat in the bed, clutching the last bag of supplies. When she saw me, she rushed forward and grabbed my arm, helping me in. "Where's Jake?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Gone," I said. "He bought us time." She didn't cry. She just nodded and put the truck in gear. We drove in silence, weaving off the main road, cutting through side trails and muddy forest paths. The signal on the walkie stayed quiet. I tried to raise anyone. Nothing, not even static. The further we got from Beattyville, the lighter the air felt. Birds returned to the trees. Insects hummed in the grass. The sky shifted less yellow, more blue, like the poison hadn't spread this far yet. We drove for hours. Eventually, we found a barn just off a dirt road, surrounded by empty fields and tall trees. It looked abandoned, safe. We parked the truck inside and sealed the doors. That night, we sat in the loft with candles in silence. Sarah stitched the cuts on my arms. Ethan boiled water over a camp stove. I stared out through a crack in the boards at the stars overhead. It should have felt like freedom. It didn't. It felt like an aftermath. That was 6 months ago. We haven't gone near a town since. We don't trust signals. Don't follow roads. We grow what we can. Hunt when we must. The infection still spreads. Slower now, but steady. Every few weeks we see smoke on the horizon or hear stories from other stragglers passing through. Somewhere out there, the people responsible are still watching, still lying, still waiting for this to disappear. But we haven't. We remember everything. I remember Beattyville. I remember the first alert. And every time I close my eyes, I still hear it buzzing in my ears. Cold. Robotic. Final. Emergency alert. Do not exit your home. Lock all doors and windows. A biohazard containment failure has occurred in Beattyville. It wasn't just a warning, it was a sentence. The curse from a past life. I was driving home late one Saturday night after attending a party. Thankfully, I was not drinking that evening, but I was driving too fast and texting at the same time, clearly a recipe for disaster. I lost control along a quiet back road a few miles from home, my car swerving off the tarmac and straight towards the solid trunk of an ancient tree. I vividly recall that moment of pure terror just before impact, as I felt sure my life would end violently and prematurely. They say your whole life flashes before your eyes in the moment before a near-death experience. Well, this was the case for me, except it was someone else's life I remembered, not my own. I awoke the next morning in a hospital bed, feeling pain all through my body, as I groggily opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings. My parents were standing over me, their eyes lighting up as I regained consciousness. I expected them to be mad at me for my careless driving, but instead they were relieved that I had survived the crash in one piece. I had not escaped totally unscathed, however. For some reason my car's airbag did not deploy, and so I suffered a head injury, several cracked ribs, and a broken leg, which would stop me from playing football for the foreseeable future. This was the last thing on my mind, however. As soon as I awoke, I knew something was not right. After the crash, I felt like a totally different person, and there were images and memories in my head that I could not understand. I had never been involved in a car crash before in my 17 years, but the accident brought back a powerful feeling of déjà vu, and there was more. a muddle of images and experiences in my head which made no sense. I tried to explain what I was going through to my parents, but they did not understand. How could they? Mom and Dad were concerned, however, fearing that I had suffered some sort of undiscovered brain injury. They insisted on a CT scan, which came back clear. My physical injuries were not life-threatening, and there was no medical evidence of brain injury, so they sent me home to finish my recovery. But I knew in my heart that I was not okay. Far from it. I could not engage with my old life. I was cold with my parents, and when my friends and girlfriend came to visit, I barely acknowledged them. I soon became a recluse, locking myself away in my room, my aching brain working overtime, as I tried to make sense of the craziness inside of my head. I cannot tell you how it happened, but one day, everything clicked, as a flood of memories trapped in a hidden corner of my brain suddenly came spilling out. Even then, I would have assumed this was all a paranoid delusion prompted by the trauma of the accident. But then I started looking up dates and names online, and was astonished to find proof. You see, I was not always a teenage high school student from West Virginia. I have lived another life, as another man, growing up in a different city, far from here. I have been reincarnated somehow, given a second chance as a new person in a new body. It seems I was meant to have no memory of my previous existence, but my accident and head injury must have awoken memories that were meant to be forgotten. But Pandora's box is open now, and I cannot go back to my previous blissful ignorance. I also cannot tell anyone about what I remember, not my parents, my girlfriend, or any of my friends or acquaintances. Instead, I have decided to share my story here, in the hope that those with knowledge of the supernatural and afterlife will understand, and maybe even have some sympathy for my predicament. Perhaps not, though. As you will learn, my previous embodiment did something terrible, and perhaps unforgivable, making a cursed deal which condemned others to suffer so he, or rather I, could have what I wanted. But if you do decide to read on, I only ask that you reserve judgment until you know the full story. My tale begins in the early 1990s, almost 30 years before I was reborn in my current incarnation. Back then, my name was Ryan Caldwell, and I was an unemployed Pennsylvanian in his late 20s, living in a low-rent apartment complex on the outskirts of Pittsburgh. I vividly remember my early life, my upbringing and family. I recall attending school, getting in fights, and the daily struggles of growing up in a working-class area during the 1980s. I clearly remember playing, and sometimes squabbling with my siblings, watching American television shows, eating pierogies, drinking my first beer, punch-ups outside the bar, my first time with a girl, and working on construction sites. Most of these experiences were totally alien to young Tyler. I could recount my early life as Ryan Caldwell, but I am sure that would be of little interest to you. My story really begins on one cold autumn's day in October 1993, as I sat in my filthy apartment, my head pounding from a hangover caused by the bottle of cheap whiskey I had downed the night before. I was in a sorry state at the time, having been laid off from my job 3 months earlier. I had been unable to find another job, and my self-esteem plummeted. I spent all my money on cigarettes and booze, and fell behind with the rent and bills. I also neglected my girlfriend Megan, pissing her off until she eventually dumped me. The final kick in the balls came when Megan got together with my best friend Chad, the ultimate betrayal in my eyes, sending me further down a path of self-pity and self-destruction. I think I was at my lowest point, laying on my worn-out sofa whilst contemplating my sorry situation. On that day, I seriously considered downing painkillers with whiskey to end my life. That's when she came to me. My head was still throbbing when I heard the loud knock on my front door. I groaned aloud at the unwelcome intrusion, not wishing to see anyone in my current state. It had been a while since my friends or family members had come to visit or check on me. Frankly, I had driven them all away with my toxic behavior. I guess the visitor was a door-to-door salesman or Mormon missionary. Therefore, I ignored the banging in the hope they would give up and leave me alone. But this did not happen. Instead, the banging grew louder and more persistent as the uninvited visitor almost broke my front door down. I pulled myself up from the sofa, my head still pounding, as I swore angrily, "All right, I'm coming." I was still full of rage as I opened the latch on my front door, and I was fully ready to give my uninvited visitor a piece of my mind. But then I saw her, and all my anger just melted away. The young woman who stood before me was stunning. It is not just that she was physically attractive. With her long red hair flowing while her tight black business suit emphasized the curves of her body. Sure, I fancied her, but it was more than that. When I looked into her deep, green eyes, I felt like I was drowning, and her sweet smile across ruby lips made my legs weak. I had never believed in anything as crazy as love at first sight, but I did feel an instant attraction and connection to this young lady. It was like God had created the perfect woman for me and sent her to my front door during my hour of need. This was the flood of emotions I experienced in that first moment, and that was before the mystery woman had even spoken a word. I stood in the doorway, dumbstruck by her beauty and unable to speak. As it happened, she was the one to make first introductions. Hello, Ryan. My name is Lilith. I am here to help you change your life. Her voice was elegant, her words were like honey in my ears, and my feelings for her only deepened. I remained silent, not knowing how to respond to my mysterious visitor, who I now knew was called Lilith. Well, are you not going to invite me in? She asked coyly. I stuttered in embarrassment before opening the door fully, and stepping aside muttering, yes, of course. Please come in. Lilith smiled as she stepped inside my apartment, her high heels clicking on my hardwood floor. I watched her walking down the corridor, smelling her sweet perfume. I remained awestruck and infatuated as I slowly closed my front door. Now, obviously there were a lot of red flags which I had ignored at the moment. I did not know who this woman really was or what she wanted from me. I also did not question how she knew my first name, and she had introduced herself as Lilith. That name rang a bell somewhere in the recesses of my memory, but again, I could not quite place it. Lilith had used her beauty and charm to get through my door, but things took a darker turn once she was inside. I followed Lilith into my living room and saw her surveying the scene inside with disgust, looking at the dirty plates, half-full takeaway cartons, and assorted liquor bottles strewn across the room. She made space for her handbag on my coffee table and roughly swept assorted rubbish from the sofa before taking a seat. I really love what you have done with the place, she said sarcastically. I suddenly felt very embarrassed, realizing what a bad state my home was in. Yeah, I know. My maid is sick, I quipped, but Lilith did not look impressed, looking down on me with obvious pity and contempt. I could not blame her. Not only was my apartment filthy, but I was also a mess at this point. The clothes I wore were soiled and I was unshaven and unwashed, not to mention overweight, and with the stink of last night's alcohol still on my breath. I was a fool to think this gorgeous young woman would ever be interested in a loser like me. Lilith sighed aloud as she shook her head. Well, Ryan, we've got a lot to talk about. You best take a seat. I gulped, somehow sensing that the dynamics had changed. Now I had reasons to be fearful. Nevertheless, I obeyed Lilith's command, taking a seat beside her. I was captivated by the seductive scent of her perfume, which was in stark contrast to the foul smell of my unwashed body. But she did not recoil in disgust, instead motioning for me to come closer as she met my eye. Now, Ryan, your life has taken a turn for the worse, hasn't it? My pride was wounded, and I did not want to admit she was right. I am going through a rough patch, but I will get back on my feet, I said. Lilith responded with mocking laughter. A rough patch? That's what you call it? Well, let's sum up your situation, Ryan. You lost your job, your girl ran off with your best friend, you are a penniless drunk, about to be evicted from this crappy apartment, and you have driven away all your family and friends. And 5 minutes before I arrived, you were contemplating suicide. So, tell me, my friend, what exactly is your plan for getting back on your feet? I felt a sickness rising from the pit of my stomach after hearing her harsh words, and my head was suddenly filled with angry confusion. How the hell do you know all that? I demanded. Lilith smirked before replying. I know everything about you, Ryan. Every dirty little secret. All your hopes and dreams. I can even tell you your future and help you achieve it. I shook my head, my heart filling with rage as I realized I was being conned. Lilith, or whatever her real name was, clearly was not to be trusted. She had found out some information about me and was using this in an attempt to manipulate me. I was not having it, however. I stood up, angrily confronting the woman and shouting down at her. I want you to leave, I demanded firmly. That's not going to happen, Ryan, she replied calmly. Now sit back down and behave yourself." Her condescending tone only increased my anger as I screamed, "Get the hell out. Get out, or I will throw you out." She laughed in open mockery, saying, "Sure, give that a try. Let's see how it goes." It was not in my nature to lay my hands on a woman, but I had reached my wit's end and could take no more. I reached out to grab Lilith by the arm, but suddenly I was frozen, meaning I literally could not move, as my whole body was paralyzed by some unseen force. I tried to open up my mouth to scream, but could not even manage that much, instead diverting my gaze to look down upon Lilith, a cruel smirk on her lips, as she seemed to take pleasure from my situation. "I think you need a further demonstration of the power I have over you," she said. I noted how her whole demeanor had changed in a matter of seconds, and suddenly I felt I was in grave danger. "Go to the kitchen and get a bread knife from the drawer," she ordered. I was baffled for a moment until suddenly my legs started to move, and I found myself walking out of the room and towards my small kitchen. I tried to stop, but was horrified to find I no longer had control over my legs or any part of my body. Somehow, Lilith had taken me over, playing me like her own personal meat puppet. I could only watch in terror as my own hand pulled open the kitchen drawer and withdrew a sharp knife, and a moment later my legs led me back to the living room where Lilith was waiting for me. "Okay, good," she said coolly. "Now hold the knife to your throat." My hand obeyed the order, and I was horrified to feel the cold steel against my skin. Every instinct in my body was against this, but I was totally powerless to resist. "You want to die, right?" Lilith asked. "Shall I cut your throat?" My whole body was trembling by this point, sweat pouring from my pores, and tears running down my cheeks as I tried to emit a desperate plea for mercy from my paralyzed lips. I looked into Lilith's green eyes and thought I saw a glimmer of sympathy behind her hard stare. "Drop it," she ordered, and suddenly the knife fell from my hand, dropping harmlessly onto the wooden floor. "Sit down over there," she said next, and my legs forced me to march across the room, taking a seat facing Lilith, who was still sitting on the sofa, having hardly batted an eyelid throughout the whole ordeal. Once I sat, I suddenly regained control over my body, reacting with immense relief as I shook my arms and legs. "Relax, Ryan," said Lilith, her tone softening again as she had made her point and demonstrated her power over me. "I am not here to kill you. Like I said, I want to help you, if you will let me do so." I shook my head, still not believing this was really happening. I had many unanswered questions shooting through my tired brain. "What are you?" I asked sheepishly. "Some kind of witch?" She shrugged her shoulders dismissively before replying. "I guess you could call me that. I have been called much worse, to be fair." She had not really answered my question, and honestly, I was none the wiser. I could see she was powerful, but I still had no idea of the extent of her powers. "Why me? Why are you doing this to me?" I asked. "Because you are lucky," she answered with a coy smile. "I see potential in you, Ryan, and so does my employer. We want to give you the chance to get everything you want in life." "And what do you want in return?" I asked, still feeling like I was being conned. Lilith laughed. "You are a clever man, Ryan. You know there is nothing for free in this world. Yes, there is a price to pay, but that is a lot further down the line." She paused briefly, as if carefully considering her next words. "Right now, you are bitter and full of rage. I get that. People have screwed you over your whole life. How the hell would you know?" I interrupted angrily. "Because I know everything about you, Ryan. I've already told you this, but I guess you need further proof." I was frightened by her announcement, because I thought she was going to take control of my body again, but instead she reached out and grabbed the remote control from my coffee table, using it to switch on my television set. Confused and curious, I turned my chair to face the screen, soon realizing we were not watching one of the scheduled channels. To my astonishment, I saw myself on the screen, except I was a child once again, 12 years old, and dressed in my school uniform as I walked through the playground on a dreary, gray morning. I noted how my young face was filled with anxiety as I glanced from side to side. The attack came out of the blue as a much larger boy hit me from behind, pushing me down to the hard ground. The young me squealed in shock. I tried to get up to defend myself, but the bully was now on top of me, holding me down as he grabbed me roughly by the collar of my shirt. "Give me your money, you little bastard!" he screamed in my face. Defeated and scared, the young me pulled out a few coins from his blazer pocket and handed them over. The bully sneered as he claimed his prize, spitting in my face and kicking me hard in the belly as he walked away whilst laughing. Witnessing the old assault filled me with rage, and a lot of bad memories came back to me. The bully's name was Brock, and he was 14 whenever I started high school. He picked on me relentlessly, beating me up, stealing my lunch money, and generally making my life hell for the next 2 years until he eventually got expelled. I had moved on from the schoolyard bullying, deciding it was just part of growing up. But seeing the young me beaten and humiliated like that brought it all back. I hated Brock all over again, and wanted revenge. As always, it seemed like Lilith could read my mind, and the question she asked was exactly what I was thinking. What does a thug like that deserve? How should he be punished? I answered without hesitation, my heart filled with hurt and hatred. He deserves to get the living shit beat out of him. I answered firmly. Very well. Lilith answered before clicking another button on my remote, and suddenly a new image appeared on screen. The interior of a smoke-filled dive bar. I saw a man playing pool, and quickly recognized him. I had not laid eyes on Brock for more than 10 years, but still I knew him at once. True, he had put on weight and lost his hair, but the thug still maintained the same cruel look in his eyes and smug smirk on his lips. I continued to watch as he played. Brock was so engrossed in his game that he failed to see the trio of men approaching him from behind, 3 drunks with a lust for violence in their eyes. The first commenced the attack, smashing a pint glass over the back of Brock's head. Brock screamed as the broken shards entered his skull. He swung around wildly with his pool cue, but the other attackers grabbed it from him before all 3 laid into him, punching him mercilessly from all sides while screaming obscenities and abuse. Soon, Brock was down on the ground, rolling up in a ball in a futile attempt to protect himself. The drunk showed no mercy, however, continuing to kick him with heavy work boots. Finally, the brutal attack ended as the group decided their victim had taken enough. They fled from the scene, laughing cruelly as they left Brock unconscious and lying in a pool of his own blood. I was shocked, struggling to come to terms with the brutal assault I had just witnessed. Jesus, I swore. Was that real? Of course it was, Lilith answered confidently. You asked, and we delivered. I shook my head in disgust, saying, I did not ask for this. That's too much. Your exact words were, he should have the living shit kicked out of him. Do not say you did not want this, because deep down you certainly did. But is he? I could not speak the next word, but as always, Lilith understood me. He will live, she answered. Now, let's move on. I did not have time to process what I had seen before the next image appeared on screen. I saw myself again, but on this occasion I was all grown, and at my current age. In fact, the scene I was watching was from only a few months in the past, just before my life went to hell. I was in my work overalls and sitting inside a tight office. Across from me was Brenda, the hard-nosed office manager of the construction firm I previously worked for. She was a blonde-haired, middle-aged woman, slightly overweight, and with her face caked in makeup. Brenda had a reputation as a battle axe, and the scene I was reliving was a painful one for me, because Brenda was in the process of firing me. Once again, rage consumed me as I watched the ugly scene unfold. I could hardly listen to her words, but I remember phrases like unsatisfactory job performance and budget cutbacks. Anyway, the bottom line was that I got dismissed without severance pay. But what really pissed me off was the smug, self-satisfied smirk on her face as she gave me my marching orders. That bitch always had it in for me, I muttered through clenched teeth. So, what is it to be? Lilith interjected. What does she deserve for taking away your livelihood? I had to think for a moment because I knew this was no longer a rhetorical question. Whatever I said should happen would play out on screen before me, and presumably in real life too. I should have stopped it at that point, but I did not. I guess the anger and bitterness in my heart was too powerful. She deserves to lose everything, like I did, I eventually replied. She should lose her job. Lilith did not say anything, instead simply pressing a button on the remote to show a new scene on my television screen. I saw Brenda sitting in a room similar to the one I had been in, getting screamed at by the company's managing director. Next, I saw her teary-eyed and defeated as she cleared the contents of her desk whilst other staff members looked on. I felt a stab of guilt as I watched the unpleasant scene play out, but Lilith did not miss a beat. Sad, but I'm sure she will bounce back. I have got one more for you, Ryan. This is a biggie. Her expression became more serious as she changed the channel and presented the next scene. My jaw dropped when I saw a very familiar couple. My ex-girlfriend, Megan, and former best friend, Chad. They were sitting together in a bar, sipping from drinks, and laughing enthusiastically. I saw Chad move closer to Megan, placing his hand on her thigh. She looked uncomfortable at first, but soon adjusted, taking his hand and looking longingly into his eyes. Chad whispered in my girlfriend's ear. His voice was soft, but somehow Lilith was able to increase the volume using the remote control, meaning I could hear him clearly. And what he said was this: "I am telling you, baby, Ryan's not good enough for you. He's a mate, but he's going nowhere. What you need is a real man, like me." Without hesitating, Chad moved in to kiss her, and she did not stop him, and I could only watch as the couple engaged in a passionate embrace. At that moment, I was totally furious. A rage built up inside me as my face went red, and my knuckles turned white as I clenched my fists. I already knew they had gotten together behind my back, but seeing the seduction firsthand made my blood boil. Megan cheating on me was bad enough, but I had only been seeing her for 6 months. Chad, on the other hand, was my oldest friend, and now I knew he had made the first move. My anger was almost at fever pitch, but there was worse to come. The next scene hit me like a freight train as suddenly I saw Chad and Megan in bed together, engaging in energetic and passionate lovemaking. And from the moaning sounds Megan was making, it seemed clear she was enjoying herself very much. I felt like my head was going to explode as the anger, humiliation, and hurt overwhelmed me. I picked up an empty whiskey bottle from the coffee table and prepared to throw it at the screen with all the fury I could muster. But Lilith stopped me. "No, Ryan, that's not how this works." She shot me a hard look, and I backed down, remembering all too well how she could take control of my body with ease. But my raw anger did not subside, and I could not calm down. And of course Lilith asked the inevitable question. "So what should happen to your former friend, Chad? What is the appropriate punishment for a best mate who stabs you in the back? For a bastard who stole your girl and humiliated you, making you feel like you are an inch tall, like you are not a man at all?" My brain was on fire. My eyes filled with rage as I continued watching Chad and Megan screwing in that hotel room. I should have taken a breath and walked away, but I did not. The next words I spoke were through clenched teeth, and I will regret them for all eternity. He deserves to die. That backstabbing bastard should die for what he did to me. I glanced across to Lilith and saw a spark in her green eyes as she pressed a button on the remote. One little push that would change my life forever. The image changed, and I saw a construction site at dawn as construction workers began to arrive for the day. I saw Chad dressed in a hard hat and fluorescent jacket as he casually strolled towards the site, whistling as he walked like he did not have a care in the world. The poor bastard had no idea what he was walking into. A moment later, I watched in horror as the scaffolding at the front of the half-built building creaked and then collapsed. Chad looked up at the last moment, emitting a scream of absolute terror as a ton of metal and brick fell on his head, crushing his fragile body and burying him under the debris. "Oh my God," I stuttered, my whole body trembling as I felt a burning pain in the back of my head. I took no pleasure from witnessing Chad's death and instantly felt extreme guilt, but I could not take it back. For that critical moment, I had wanted Chad dead and had spoken the words, knowing what would happen. I sat staring blankly at the TV screen, paralyzed in shock as I tried to process what had just happened. I hardly noticed as Lilith stood up and walked towards me, her high heels clicking on my wood floor. She placed her delicate hand firmly on my shoulder, and I felt a surge of energy pulsing through my body, forcing me back to reality. And when I looked back into her intense green eyes, I realized we now had a bond that could never be broken. We were tied together by blood. "What is done, Ryan," she said softly. "The death will be written off as an accident, and the authorities will never trace it back to you. Your life is going to change from this point onwards, Ryan. Things will get better. It will be a while before we meet again." She sighed deeply, and I swore I saw a sadness in her eyes as she took her hand off my shoulder, grabbed her handbag from the table, and walked out, stepping through my small apartment and exiting through the front door, leaving me alone and staring at a blank screen. I could not sleep that night, as the events of that day played over and over again in my head. It was no surprise when I received the call the next day, a mutual friend telling me that Chad was dead, killed in a freak workplace accident. Somehow, I managed to drag myself to the funeral, joining the black-clad mourners at a lonely cemetery on a dreary, gray morning in the Pittsburgh suburbs. I could not look at Chad's family during the grim proceedings. The thought of his grieving mother was too much. Megan came up to me at the wake, her eyes filled with tears as she tried to reconnect. But I brushed my ex-girlfriend off and never did see her again. I do not know how exactly I dealt with my guilt over Chad's death. The brain is a funny thing. It has a tendency to rationalize events it cannot explain. I told myself that the bizarre encounter with Lilith could not have been real. Surely it was a delusion brought on by my depression and heavy drinking. I decided that I was not really responsible for Chad's death. How could I be? It was an accident, and I was not to blame. That is what I told myself. But in my heart, I knew it was not the truth. I chose to ignore the sweet smell of Lilith's perfume, which lingered in my apartment for months, until I eventually moved out. Back then, I had no real idea of what I had gotten myself into. But Lilith had been true to her word about one thing. My life did get a whole lot better. I sobered up in the aftermath of Chad's death. I was tempted to pick up the bottle and drown my sorrows. But when the alcohol hit my lips, I spat it right out again. Instead, I started getting up in the mornings, washing, shaving, and getting myself back into shape. I got a new job within a few weeks and worked hard to progress my career. For the first time in months, I had money in my pocket and a newfound confidence in myself. I began dating again and had no difficulty attracting the ladies, engaging in several fun but short-lived flings. But then I met Rachel. It is a strange thing because Rachel looked a lot like Lilith, in a physical sense at least, with the same red hair and green eyes. But her personality was very different. Rachel was a bubbly and sweet-hearted girl who would never hurt a fly. We started a whirlwind romance and got married within 6 months. 18 months after my friend's sudden death, things could not have been better for me. I had started my own construction firm and was making a lot of money. Rachel and I had bought our own home, a new car, and I had a baby boy on the way. I had everything I had ever wanted, but if I am honest, I was not happy. I could not sleep at night, plagued by nightmares of Chad's death, seeing his body crushed and broken beyond repair. And Lilith, I just could not get her out of my mind. I thought about her every day, and often imagined I could see her, picking out her face on the street before she disappeared into the crowd. I did not even know whether Lilith was real, but still, I was obsessed with her, infatuated with the girl who had changed my life forever. But of course, I could not talk about it. Whether my encounter with Lilith was a false memory or not, I knew it was a secret I could never share. Unsurprisingly, the good times did not last. It was 2 years after my supernatural encounter and Chad's untimely death. Rachel was 6 months pregnant, and I was working long hours to provide. It was late on a Friday evening, and I was driving home from a job. A lethal combination of hard graft and sleepless nights meant I could hardly keep my eyes open. In my exhausted state, I drove through a red light. At the last moment, I saw the truck speeding towards me, but it was already too late. The mighty vehicle struck me on the driver's side, crushing my small car and pulverizing my body. Once my brain had processed the shock, I looked down and saw my broken torso and legs, and I knew straight away I was going to die. But it was the strangest thing because I felt no pain and no fear in that final moment. Somehow, I knew this was my destiny, and my time had come. And in the last seconds before my brain died, I saw her. Lilith was standing on the dark roadside, watching over me with eyes full of sorrow, and I was happy to see her. That was Ryan Caldwell's last conscious emotion before his death, and he knew, or rather I knew, that Lilith was there to ease my passing. When my eyes closed, I had a smile on my face, and so that was the end of my first existence in the mortal realm. Ryan Caldwell died along a lonely Pennsylvania road in the mid-90s, and many years later, Tyler Hayes was born in West Virginia. 2 different people separated by a wide continent, but one soul resurrected and returned to the mortal world. But that is not the end of my story. You see, I do not only remember Ryan Caldwell's passing, I also recall what happened next. This is the most unbelievable part of my tale, but I swear it is the truth. My first memory after my death was awaking in a soft bed. my head shooting up from the pillow as the memory of the accident came flooding back. I was in a panic for a moment, but when I surveyed my surroundings, I found myself inside what looked like a 5-star hotel room, complete with a 4-poster bed, layered wallpaper, fine furnishings, and even a mini bar and widescreen TV. The morning sunlight shone through the lace curtains, and soft, soothing music was playing in the background, helping to put me at ease. Suddenly, the music was replaced by a gentle, disembodied male voice which spoke directly to me. And what he said was this: "Hello, Ryan. Do not be alarmed. You are in a safe place, and I am here to help. Welcome to Hotel Limbo. Please make yourself comfortable and take time to adjust to your surroundings. When you are ready, please proceed through the door to your right, and we shall commence with the orientation process." I was stunned and confused by the words, but only for a moment. Somehow, it all clicked in my head. I had seen extraordinary things in life that day in my apartment when she came to me. Was this all part of the plan? Was I meant to die so I could come to this place, wherever this may be? I did not know for sure, but was desperate to find out. And so I rose from the bed, putting my feet on the soft carpet as my nostrils filled with the sweet smell of roses, and I stepped towards the waiting door, a surge of energy passing through me as I placed my hand on the handle and turned it. I expected to walk out into a hotel corridor, but instead I was surprised to find myself looking upon a luxurious office adorned with leather chairs, bookcases, and a substantial oak desk. Behind said desk sat an amicable, elderly, white-haired man dressed in an immaculate tuxedo suit, smiling at me as his eyes lit up in anticipation. "Ah, Ryan. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir." He stood up from his armchair and held out his hand for me to shake. I did so and felt a warmth flowing through me. "Please, take a seat." I willingly accepted his offer, sitting on a soft leather armchair opposite to this mystery man. He continued to smile softly, his warm eyes looking upon me sympathetically as he spoke. "Well, Ryan, I do not want you to panic, but I am afraid I have some bad news for you. There is no point in sugarcoating it, my friend. You are dead." He looked upon me cautiously, as if expecting me to break down or lose my mind. I think my response greatly surprised him. "I know," I replied abruptly. "Oh well, that is good. That is very good. Most who arrive here have not come to terms with their new situation. It is good that you are so accepting. This will save me a lot of time." "So, this is the afterlife?" I asked nervously. "In a manner of speaking," the man replied. "At the Hotel Limbo, we help prepare the recently deceased for the next stage in their journey. This is a place of transition, and, I will be honest, there is some red tape to go through, I am afraid." I felt a cold chill, my heart breaking because I knew my reckoning was nigh. I stuttered my next words through trembling lips, asking, "Are you God?" The old man laughed softly before answering, "Goodness, no. I am a mere servant, a representative, if you will. Do not worry, Ryan. I am not here to judge you, only to help you." "But you decide where I will go?" I demanded, as my patience was stretched to breaking point. "Yes," he replied less confidently. "There is a process to go through, but it's really nothing to worry about. Perhaps it's better if I show you." He clicked his fingers and prompted a set of red satin curtains behind his desk to pull open, revealing a large black television screen, which suddenly burst to life, showing images and wonders beyond my wildest dreams. The first place he showed me was one of light, life, and happiness. I saw green fields and clear streams under blue skies, and a bright sun which illuminated a peaceful land. I witnessed beautiful structures, white marble towers, and castles with stunning spires which looked like something from a fairy tale. The land was full of life, the sweet songs of birds filling the air, and deer roaming majestically through the fields and forests. The people I saw on screen were of all races and creeds. They dressed in white robes and wandered through the countryside, appreciating every flower and creature they encountered as if their senses were somehow heightened. Others worked in the castles, toiling on projects which engaged their passions, writing, singing, and building. All looked content and satisfied. The final scene was of a grand feast held in a great hall with long tables filled to the brim with food and delicacies from around the world. The dinner guests drank, ate, and laughed merrily as they enjoyed the feast and each other's company. All were happy, and not one argument was had. Heaven, I muttered, my eyes focused on the wonderful images. Yes, it's quite something, isn't it? The man exclaimed with a smile. It looked too good to be true, and I knew this was not where I was headed. There are other places, though, aren't there? I muttered. The man nodded as if he had anticipated this question. Yes, that is true. Honestly, few folks make it to heaven the first time around. We are not all saints after all. The man chuckled, but was met by my stone-cold face, and so he continued in a more serious tone. Purgatory. The likelihood is that you will go there, at least for a while. There is always a price to be paid. Can I see it? I asked impatiently. Of course. The old man clicked his fingers again, and a series of images appeared on screen. I saw ugly gray buildings under an even grayer sky as a constant cold rain fell to earth. Thousands of unhappy people walked along the crowded pavement, shoving each other as they rushed from place to place, and were soaked to the skin. And in the alleyways off the main streets, many rats and pigeons fought over scraps from overturned bins. Next, I saw people at work, standing in assembly lines, or sitting in tight office cubicles, their heads down, and eyes devoid of passion as they completed tedious jobs without purpose. And finally, I watched a sad-looking man sitting down alone to what looked like a cheap microwave meal, sighing loudly as he forced the unappetizing food into his mouth. Not the most pleasant place, but it could be worse, the old man said with an awkward smile. Indeed, I thought, but did not say. Purgatory looked pretty miserable, but in truth it did not seem too different from the mortal realm. But I knew he was not telling me the whole story. There was more to come, and I needed to see it. What about the other place? I said firmly. What about hell? I swore I could see some of the color drain from the old man's wrinkled face as his jaw dropped and eyes widened. Hell? He exclaimed in shock. You should not be worrying about that place, young man. You are not the type to end up there. I want to see it, I demanded. I think my determination shocked him as he reluctantly submitted to my wishes. Very well, Ryan. I will show you. But I warn you that it will not be pleasant viewing. I thought I was ready for what was to come, but the horrors I witnessed on screen were beyond my worst nightmares. I saw a dead land shrouded in darkness, and a ring of naked, emaciated bodies secured in chains and marching in a circle. All were forced to hold heavy rocks, and were whipped by a snarling demonic beast, a 20-foot-tall monster with horns upon its head, and hooves instead of feet. Its eyes burnt a fiery red, and when it opened its terrible maw, I saw its mouth was filled with rows of shark-like teeth. The demon cackled cruelly as it snapped its huge whip, the cat of nine tails striking the bare skin of the damned as they cried out in agony. Next, I witnessed a horrifying walled city of crumbling bridges and military structures, the brickwork assaulted by heavy rain, and constant lightning strikes from a starless dark sky above. The rubble-strewn streets were home to running battles fought by soldiers from throughout history, everything from Roman legionnaires to First World War infantrymen. They hacked at each other with axes, swords, and bayonets, indulging in a bloody, senseless slaughter as the heavy rains washed away the blood. I looked on in horror as winged demons, harpy-like beasts, ascended from the dark skies to feed upon the wounded soldiers, slicing open their bellies and devouring their guts as the still living men squirmed and screamed. Finally, I saw a beach of burning sands set along a lake of sulfur and fire. Yet more naked souls ran in utter terror along the beach, their feet burning as they fearfully looked up at the sky above them. I soon witnessed the horror they were fleeing from. Suddenly, as huge predator ascended from the skies, a jet-black dragon the size of a bus, with burning red eyes and a terrible maw which breathed fire, incinerating the damned in a fiery inferno before grabbing their burnt corpses in its mighty talons, ripping the charred bodies to shreds before feasting on their warm flesh. My God, I uttered in disbelief, my body trembling as my brain processed the horrifying images I had just witnessed. The old man also seemed disturbed, and perhaps embarrassed as he stuttered his next words. Yes, well, I did try to warn you. But then the smile returned to his face as he added, But you should not worry, Ryan. I have read your file, and you are not the type to end up in hell. Eternal damnation is for unrepentant sinners, tyrants, child molesters, and murderers. All of that bad sort. His grin widened as he tried to reassure me, but it was no good. I felt the familiar sickness in the pit of my stomach and burning in the back of my head, realizing that I could still experience guilt even after death. I kept reliving that moment back in my filthy apartment 2 years before, as Lilith showed me those images of Chad seducing my girlfriend. I vividly recalled the rage I had felt and the words I had spoken. He deserves to die. I was a murderer, yet somehow they had missed it. Otherwise, I would not be sitting here, I supposed. I could have kept my mouth shut and hoped for the best, but I knew I could not live for all eternity with this guilt. I opened my dry lips and prepared to speak, but suddenly the office door shot open, and a furious figure charged in. I looked up and was captivated by those green eyes and flowing red hair, my heart missing a beat as I set eyes upon my beloved, because the woman who barged into the office was Lilith, and she was as mad as hell. The mild-mannered elderly man reacted with surprise to the unexpected intrusion, crying out, "What is the meaning of this? How dare you interrupt my meeting?" "Shut your mouth, old man," Lilith screamed with fury. "This soul is mine." I looked up at the fire in Lilith's eyes, awestruck by her presence, as all the passion I had felt 2 years ago came flooding back. The man behind the desk was taken aback, stuttering his reply. "I am afraid you must be mistaken. Ryan here is being processed for the afterlife. All very routine." "You idiots have screwed up again," Lilith exclaimed angrily. "Ryan belongs to me." A deal was made and sealed in blood. I saw the shock in the man's eyes, his jaw dropping as his whole tone and demeanor changed. He shot me an accusatory glare before asking, "Is this true, Ryan?" I felt ashamed as my dark secret was finally exposed. I could not answer verbally, so instead nodded my head meekly as I admitted my guilt, avoiding the man's eye as I did so. "Oh," he replied, the disappointment clearly evident in his voice. "Well, Mr. Caldwell, I am afraid there is nothing more I can do for you." He nodded towards Lilith before saying, "You may take him." I experienced a terrible sinking feeling as I looked into her intense eyes. "Come on, Ryan, let's go," she demanded. I looked back at the old man behind the desk, silently begging for his support, but his back was turned to me, his chair now facing the far wall. Resigned to my fate, I stood up on my trembling legs and followed Lilith to the door. It was the same entrance I'd come in through, but somehow I knew it would not lead us back to the luxurious hotel room. Lilith put her slender hand on the door handle, opening it to reveal my own personal hell. I stood in the doorway in stunned silence, hardly believing what I saw. It was an exact replica of my decrepit, dirty apartment from 2 years ago, right down to the empty whiskey bottles and stained sofa. To my horror, I realized I was being returned to the lowest point of my life, back when I was on the brink of suicide, and just before Lilith came to me. I looked at Lilith, tears in my eyes, as I pleaded for her mercy. "Please do not make me go back there." I swore I could see some sympathy in her eyes, although her voice did not falter as she answered firmly, "You must. There is no choice." But then she did something unexpected, reaching out to take my hand in hers. "It is okay. I will be there with you." I felt a warmth flow through me and drew strength from hers, putting a foot forward and stepping into the hellish replica of my former home. But as soon as we were inside, the door slammed shut behind us, and I realized I was trapped. I panicked in the first few moments, Lilith standing back as I tore through the small apartment, desperately searching for a way out. The front door was firmly locked, and all the windows were bricked up, the only light coming from dim electric lamps which could never be switched off. I banged my fists against the walls and door, trying in vain to break out until eventually I exhausted myself, collapsing down on the uncomfortable sofa and crying in angry frustration. Lilith sat beside me, placing her hand on my shoulder. "You need to adjust to Ryan. This is your home now," she said softly. I reacted with anger, slapping her hand away and screaming in her face, "You tricked me! It is your fault that I have ended up in this hellhole." Lilith shot me a look which instantly made me regret my outburst, and when she next spoke, her words were harsh and to the point. "Do not kid yourself, Ryan. I told you there would be a price to pay. I did not force you to do what you did." My head dropped, and my heart sank, because I knew Lilith was right. The words I had spoken 2 years before kept repeating in my head, "He deserves to die." A difficult silence ensued, before we were interrupted by a sudden loud knock on the front door. I jumped up in surprise, But Lilith did not flutter an eyelid, as clearly she had expected this visitor. "You need to get that Ryan," she said solemnly, as the knocking grew even louder. With considerable reluctance, I got up off the sofa, glancing back at Lilith momentarily before I slowly walked towards the front door, a terrible sense of impending doom building up inside me as I reached out for the doorknob. The door, which was now unlocked, opened to reveal what looked like the interior of an elevator. But I was shaken to my very core when I saw the figure standing on the other side. It was Chad, my former best friend who I had effectively murdered 2 years before. Or perhaps it was a demonic entity who had taken the form of my late friend. In any case, the sight of him chilled me to my bones as I saw the dried blood on his forehead, the cruel smirk on his lips, and a fiery hatred in his eyes. When he spoke, it was not Chad's voice, as the tone was deep and inhuman. "Hello, remember me? It is payback time, you bastard." He clenched his fists and stepped forward menacingly. I backed off, raising my hands defensively as I pleaded for mercy. The first punch hit me like a ton of bricks, knocking me down to the ground. He did not pause before striking me again and again, first with punches and then with hard kicks from his heavy work boots. I screamed in pain and terror as Chad's vicious attack continued unabated. Midway through, I glanced up with blood in my eyes as I saw Lilith standing in the doorway of the living room, watching as the violent assault upon me played out. There was a sadness in her eyes as she looked on, but she made no effort to intervene or stop the attack. I felt myself losing consciousness as the pain overwhelmed me, and I thought that Chad would beat me to death. But he stopped his assault abruptly, walking away from my bloodied body, whilst laughing sadistically and saying, "So long, mate. See you soon." Lilith came to my side as soon as the front door closed, helping me to my feet and guiding me to the bedroom where she gently laid me down on the mattress. She spoke in a soft and soothing tone, holding my hand as she whispered, "It's going to be okay, Ryan. You are going to be fine." She lay with me on the bed, holding my broken body whilst comforting me, and somehow she must have used her powers to heal my wounds, because all of my cuts, broken bones, and bruises disappeared within a few short hours. I felt relief and gratitude, looking into Lilith's deep eyes and experiencing a wave of emotions. Instinctively, I leaned forward intending to kiss her, but Lilith backed away to prevent it. I felt embarrassed, not knowing what to say or do. But then there was another ominous knock on the door, and my heart froze with terror because I knew what this meant. Chad, or whatever demon had possessed his body, was back to deliver yet another savage beating. And so, that became the pattern for I am not sure how long, as Chad beat the living shit out of me, and Lilith nursed me back to health, only for the whole hellish routine to repeat again and again. Do not get me wrong, I did not meekly submit to my torment. On several occasions I attempted to fight back, only to be easily overpowered by the creature who had taken my friend's form. One time I managed to get past him, through the door, and into the elevator which had transported the beast, only to find there were no buttons inside to operate the lift. And of course, Chad dragged me out kicking and screaming before delivering another savage beating. Lilith was not always there to witness the assaults, but she always arrived in the aftermath to heal my injuries, materializing out of thin air by some kind of dark magic. I felt my feelings for her grow during this time as she offered the only glimmer of hope I had in this hell of my own making. When she held me, I felt warm and safe, for a while at least. Just to be clear, our relationship remained essentially platonic. I had no sexual desire in that place. Nevertheless, she became my whole world during that awful time. On one occasion, after a particularly savage beating, I asked her the question which had been playing on my mind for so long. "Why?" I asked weakly. "Why did you bring me here? And why do you do this?" There was an awful sorrow in her green eyes, and a lengthy pause followed before she finally answered. "I am trapped here, the same as you. The demon who beats you captured my soul a long time ago. He forces me to act as his siren in drawing others, like you. Together we trick unfortunates into these damned blood packs so we can torment them for all eternity." She sobbed softly before continuing, "I hate myself for what I have done. If I could go back, I would never have chosen you, Ryan. I am so very sorry." I nodded my head upon hearing her words. Honestly, this was more or less what I had suspected, and so I was not surprised. "It is okay," I finally answered. "It is not your fault. We have both done bad things, and we cannot change the past. I sighed deeply before finishing my sentence. I only wish there was a way out for us. Lilith's eyes lit up before she replied. Maybe there is, for one of us at least. I frowned, failing to understand her cryptic words. What do you mean? Just wait and see, answered Lilith with a wink and a smile. And so, I did. I did not know how long I was trapped in that hell, or how many times I was beaten, but I vividly recall the day when everything changed. I answered the door as usual, my body trembling as I saw Chad marching towards me, his fists clenched and eyes full of sadistic glee as he prepared to launch his latest attack. I did not plead for mercy or attempt to defend myself, knowing both would be futile. Instead, I closed my eyes and prepared for the inevitable. But suddenly there was a loud cry from behind in a voice I knew all too well. "Leave him be!" Lilith screamed. "Enough is enough!" The look on Chad's face was initially one of shock, but this soon turned to fury as his eyes burned, and he spat out his angry words. "How dare you challenge me? Stay the hell out of my way!" Lilith responded with defiance, stepping forward and pushing past me, positioning herself between me and my demonic attacker. "No," she said firmly. "I am not doing this anymore." I watched on helplessly as the demon screamed with fury and attacked, swinging his fist as he struck out at Lilith. But she responded in kind, parrying his blow and shoving him with all the strength in her body. Chad was taken off guard, flung backwards into the open elevator, his body crashing heavily against the cold steel. Lilith stormed forwards, reaching for the handle to slam the door shut. But the demon, masquerading as Chad, cried out his parting words. "You are going to pay for this." And then she shut the door, trapping him on the other side. Lilith glanced back at me, her expression still one of fiery defiance, as she had finally stood up to her devilish master. But I felt a cold chill as I recalled the demon's parting threat. "My God, what have you done?" I muttered fearfully, and Lilith's eyes filled with raw terror. Lilith left me soon after, and it was some time before I saw her again, leaving me to sit alone in my prison and imagine all the terrible things that might have happened to her. Then one day I awoke to find her sitting at the end of my bed, watching me as I slept. I could not contain my relief and excitement at seeing her again, and so hugged her in a passionate embrace. But when I saw Lilith's face, I realized something was wrong. She looked drained and exhausted, as the fire behind her eyes had faded. "What happened? What did he do to you?" I asked with concern. She shook her head before replying. "It does not matter. The important thing is that you are getting out." "What do you mean?" I exclaimed in confusion. "You are getting off on a technicality," she answered. "Seems I did not inform you of the terms and conditions when we made our deal. You would be surprised at all the red tape in the afterlife." She smiled faintly before continuing. "Anyway, what matters is you are getting a second chance, a whole new life, and you will not remember any of this nightmare." I could not believe what I was hearing, nor did I understand. "But what about you?" I exclaimed in a panic. "Are you not coming with me?" She avoided my gaze, pushing me away as she answered. "I cannot. My deal is still intact, and there is a price to be paid." I shook my head in defiance, saying, "I will not leave without you." "You must," Lilith replied as she took my hand and looked deeply into my eyes. "I will never forget you, Ryan." She leaned in to kiss me, and I experienced a surge run through me as her lips touched mine, an electricity which awoke something buried deep inside of me. But when she withdrew, I suddenly felt lightheaded, quickly losing consciousness as everything started to go black. And the last thing I saw before the darkness took me was Lilith's face, a soft smile on her lips and a tear in her eye as she watched me go. And so this is my story, that of my first life, death, and temporary stay in a hellish realm. Ryan Caldwell died in Pennsylvania in a car accident in 1995. I was able to confirm as much from archived news reports, from the time he left behind his widow Rachel, and the son he had never met was born 3 months after his death. That is right. I have a son who is older than I am, Ryan Ricky Caldwell Jr. I found his profile on Facebook and felt like someone had stepped over my grave when I saw his photograph. I thought about contacting him, but what the hell would I say? How could I explain any of this? So, Ryan Caldwell died in 1995, and Tyler Hayes was born in 2007. That means my soul spent 12 years being tormented in that hellish realm before Lilith set me free. If she had not done so, I would still be there now. But instead, I am living the life of a teenage high schooler in the States. And if it had not been for my head injury, I would not remember any of this. And I would probably be happier for it. But the cat is out of the bag now, and I can never go back to that blissful ignorance. I cannot stop thinking about Lilith and the sacrifice she had made to save me. I know she is suffering on the other side, tormented by that vile demon as he punishes her for the betrayal. I cannot accept this, however. Despite everything, I still care deeply about Lilith, and I will not rest until I rescue her. I do not know how I will achieve this. Not yet, anyway. I have already died once, and I am in no rush to do so again. Besides, there is no guarantee that I will return to the same place. Such is the disorganized nature of the afterlife and the confusing bureaucracy. But I have to do something. I will speak with priests, mystics, mediums, demonologists, and paranormal investigators, anyone who might have a way to communicate with the other side. I do not care if it takes the rest of Tyler's natural life, but somehow I will find a way. I am coming to save you, Lilith, and we will be together for all eternity. This is our destiny, and I will never stop fighting for you. The horror in the attic tunnel of my family's old house. I just repurchased my childhood home in Concord, Massachusetts from the previous owners, the ones who had bought it from my parents when I was in college. See, my folks passed away a few years ago, basically one after the other. We figured as much, but I feel close to them here. Overall, the experience has been awesome. That being said, there's an unavoidable issue, and that's the attic tunnel. My little brother Liam and I were just messing around up there one day, and we stumbled across this door that's tucked away in a really weird spot in the floor, by the back eaves. It's weird because you have to literally crawl to get to it. There's less than 2 feet of clearance between it and the ceiling. We tried to open it, but it was stuck shut. We got our parents. They couldn't figure it out either. They'd never seen it before, or even knew that it was there. It was definitely hollow underneath, but it was stuck shut, so we couldn't open it to verify. From the outside, there's absolutely no sign that anything is weird about the house. We even went as far as to unearth blueprints to see if maybe it was a hidden crawl space, but nope, nothing. It was a real curiosity for a few days, before eventually other stuff just kind of took precedence and we all forgot about it. Except when we were up there for whatever reason. I'm sure my dad, Robert, tried to open it a few times. I just can't remember exactly when or how. By the way, it passed out of memory, and when the house was sold, we never had any questions from the other owners. I graduated college and was lucky enough to almost instantly land a really good job that set me up well. My parents passed away, and about 6 months ago, I got a call from a friend, the one who still lived in the Concord area, that my old house was up for sale. I had enough to comfortably buy it. Not outright, yeah, but for a good portion. So I put in an offer without even seeing what shape it was in. Maybe a stupid move, but I figured that I could always hire someone to put it back in order. It turns out I was the only bidder, and so I got it. That was super exciting, and since my job is remote, it wasn't a problem to move. I did ask to speak to the previous owners just to get a sense of what their experience with the house was like, but the realtor, Mr. Ellis, said that they had already relocated and didn't want to be contacted. He was a little weird, but again, whatever. I figured maybe someone in their family had died or something, and the circumstances weren't the best. It sucks for them, but awesome for me. I got to move back into the house that I grew up in, and not only do that, but decorate it the way that I always wanted it to be. For example, lots of furniture with cushions for building forts, always stocked junk cupboards. It's been a pretty emotional thing for me. My God, does it feel good to be back in my old house again. It was actually having so much fun. I totally forgot about the weird attic until about a week ago when I was chucking some stuff up there. It's one of those attics, so you have this kind of pull-down ladder, and it's a huge area because it basically spans the length of the house, pretty much like every horror movie attic ever. I was up there moving some stuff around, and I noticed that door. All those memories came flooding back. I was a little nervous, but after some internal manning up, I thoroughly checked it out. The thing was definitely sealed with some kind of rubber cement or epoxy. Not well, either. I got some solvent, and I got through it quickly. The door doesn't open all the way. It's too close to the ceiling, and the space is almost too small to fit through. I can't tell if the design is stupidity or some kind of deterrent to anyone trying to go down it. Maybe both. Anyway, I'm a big enough dude that I couldn't squeeze into the space that the door provided, so naturally I took the damn thing off. Not with elegance, mind you, but I got it off. And after getting a flashlight and lowering it about a foot down this thing, here's what I can tell you as of right now. It's a square tunnel going straight down, and it's just wide enough for a person. About 3.5 feet on almost all sides. One side is slightly shorter for some reason, but not by much. Not really noticeable. It seems intentional, but I can't imagine why. It appears to be a set of wooden rails running down one side. However, I have to actually lower myself in there to know if it's a ladder. And for some reason, they don't start until about 5 feet down. Basically, you have to hang off the edge. They get your feet on what I assumed would be a top step. It's weird. I mean, my best guess is it's some kind of light air-conditioned duct. It would have to have been installed by the new owners if that's the case, since the house wasn't built with anything like that. Another thought was that maybe it's just a laundry chute. But again, it's not in the original blueprints. My current plan is to check out the basement for any sign of an exit. Failing that, I'll probably just get in there and see where it goes. Maybe not the smartest thing, but what the hell. It's my house, so I can kill myself with it if I want. It's pretty weird, even I'll admit that. I don't feel unsafe here or anything. No matter what, it's still my safe childhood house. Nothing can change that. Alright, so with everyone telling me that going into it was a bad idea, I decided to try and explore the house first to rule out something like a dumbwaiter or an underground railroad type situation. So I started to go into the attic and drop a small aquarium marble down into it. My fish have plenty more, so don't worry about it. It banged off the side once, and I can say with most certainty the shaft is paneled with wood, which to me rules out any kind of duct system. I couldn't hear it hit anything else at the bottom. I suspect it's probably going into the basement, so kind of like storage space or something. And again, a laundry chute seems most likely. A kind of a stroke of inspiration, I decided to try to contact my realtor, Mr. Ellis, about this, his house, to see if maybe he knows anything about it. I'm still waiting for a response, but hopefully he'll get back to me tomorrow or Monday. And whatever. Either way, it'll be interesting to see what he says. So I dropped the marble in there, and then I decided to try and follow it down into the basement. Along the way, I tapped the walls, but it must be behind them because they're not hollow at all. Because of where they are, there's only like 2 rooms that might be connected to it, and neither of those have a space for accessing it. The walls are definitely solid, and always have been that way. For me, that conclusively rules out the dumbwaiter theory. I mean, what would be the point of having a chute that's only accessible on 2 floors, right? About then is when I started reading a lot of comments and succeeding in scaring the shit out of myself. So yeah, I mean, I act like I'm fine with it, but I really do not want to find a body in this thing that would suck on a bunch of levels. I know a lot of people are convinced that that's what it is though, so I'm trying to brace myself for it. Anyway, I was 100% too freaked out to even attempt to go in this thing, but still, I knew for a fact what's down there. So I limited the rest of my search to the basement, which is where I noticed that the room isn't a perfect square. It's also short on one side, but just like by a bit. If you stand in the middle and you look around, you can actually tell that there's something a little wonky about the way that the angles and stuff are. My best guess is that the foundations have shifted. It's interesting to have the two to be similar that way. Old house, probably old carpentry, handmade, and the whole thing. So the basement is mostly finished, but it's not aesthetically pleasing or meant to be. There's an old bathroom down there that doesn't do much except exist. The water doesn't run to it, so it's not usable. It's on the opposite wall from the tunnel, though, so it's not related. At least I'd assume. The wall where the tunnel is solid, just like the other floors. The basement is underground, so I can't exactly go busting through the wall to try to see if maybe there is an access hatch at one point. But after using a flashlight and going over just about every inch of that wall, I can safely say that there's no access to it. It never has been. This to me means one of 2 things. The tunnel is either a failed attempt at installing some kind of laundry hatch, or it's just some weird quirk of the house. My next steps are to get the glow sticks and drop those down there to see where it goes, and after that, in a room or something, and test to see if there is in fact a ladder in there. I won't go in until I'm sure that it's reasonably safe. I'll get a friend, Chris, to come over and spot me, just in case. They did some time checking the tunnel out, just lying on my stomach and looking in. And here's what I can say about it besides, as far down as I can see, it's wood paneled, which is expected. No writing on the sides. More importantly, no brackets or mounting plates for equipment. The air in there is pretty much the same temperature as the house, but it's almost what feels like pressure. I don't know if maybe it's the closeness of the space that makes the air feel denser, but you can definitely tell. But I also listened in there, and I can't hear anything. Shining my phone down, but there's no light, and also I can't say much about depth or anything. And once the glow sticks get here, we can finally see what's at the bottom. Unrelated, when I was going through the house in the process of checking the tunnel, I found a really cool hand crank flashlight in my parents' stuff. It looks really beat up, but it works. Pretty cool. I found some rope, and then Christmas trees passed, and I bought one of those old person grabber hooks so I can lower a flashlight in there to see what's going on if the glow sticks don't work for whatever reason. It's pretty insane having something like this in my house, to be honest. But now that I'm spending time thinking about it, I can't seem to get it out of my mind. It's like, what is it for? It's like finding a safe behind a painting and having it be full of feathers. Just totally nonsensical. All houses have quirks, but this just seems excessive. I was thinking of all those stories you hear. People finding mourning jewelry in their walls or something. I did a little snooping around online. I couldn't find anything quite like my situation. It did remind me of something, though. That's when my brother Liam and I found the door. Dad, Robert, was really adamant about us not messing around with it. Which, I thought it odd, because how did he know what was inside of it? He warned us, it's really dangerous, and we don't know what it led to. At the time, I brushed it off, but now I'm wondering if my dad, Robert, actually got it open and knew that it could be a chute to nowhere. If so, why wouldn't he just tell us? Maybe because he didn't want us to know that it could be opened. I really wish I could ask him. This whole thing really makes me miss them. Today, so right off the bat, there's something weird going on in this tunnel. Like it was weird to begin with, but I could really use some advice on what to do next. I'm like 100% out of my league. So I got the glow sticks, and I also found some Christmas tree lights. Some of the ones on the end were broken, but luckily it still works. I didn't know what all I needed, so I brought a bunch of stuff up. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I even had my handgun in case some rabid bats or whatever flew out. Stupid, but I was so freaked out about dead bodies and rats that I had to do it. So thanks a lot for that. The other stuff was just things I figured I'd need. The first aid kit, human marbles. I used a book to brace the door open. I tried to be pretty systematic with my tests. First was the marble. I did one. I listened really carefully, but I still couldn't hear it hit anything. Then I broke a glow stick, and I dropped it in there. It fell. I fell. We didn't hit bottom. It just kept falling until I couldn't see anything. And see, now I'm not a genius, but I should be able to see that even if it is in the basement, right? The house is 2 stories with the attic, maybe like a half story, so there's no way that it can be deep enough to lose the glow stick in. I dropped the entire pack down there. It's nothing. Wherever they're going, it's not visible from the attic. I broke out the Christmas lights, got them working. I lowered them in to see what would happen, but the added light, I could see that the walls were paneled with wood most of the way down, and what I'd guessed to be a basement level, it appeared to stop. I don't know what it's made of after that, but what I do know is that I had about 20 feet of light in there before the lowest bulbs blew out. That hauled the string back up, and I thought they really did blow out. The bulbs were shattered, and while the string was admittedly very cold, it's winter, and I imagine that space isn't heated. Probably a faulty wire or something in there, but it's just another weird thing on this chain of weird things. It leads me back to something I noticed the first time I really examined it. The short side of the tunnel isn't that noticeable at first, but it looks like as the tunnel goes down, it gets more pronounced. The width stays the same. I think it's curving, but I still can't decide if that's intentional or not. And again, no markings of any kind. No nails or brackets inside. I did confirm that it is a ladder, that I can see it goes down as far as I could get my light to go. I think the time for me to go down is fast approaching, but that begs the question, How do I do it without killing myself? Should I use rope? Get a harness of some kind? Oh, I have to do more research. Maybe ask my friend Chris, who's more outdoorsy than me. Oh, also, I got a private message from, I guess, a few of you asking about my parents and if I think that they might have gotten killed by something. They're like, okay, I'd like to clarify at least just a few things about that. My parents were really great people, even though we had some hard times. Things got especially tough when I was little, maybe like 6th grade. My dad, Robert, lost his job and things were tight. His relationship with Mom, Lila, really suffered. It seemed like he got very distant. And, well, not cold really, just kind of distant. And things got better once he got a job at a construction site, but he and my mom, Lila, didn't really click the same way anymore. That's not to say that they weren't happy, but I'm sure the emotional toll of not providing for us was a big blow to him. They left college, and after that, I didn't hear much about their relationship. I'd go home for the holidays and stuff, but everything seemed mostly fine. Mom, Lila, got sick. Dad, Robert, completely turned a corner. He wanted to be by her side constantly. As always, checking up on her, making sure she was okay. Her cancer, unfortunately, was very widespread, and there was very little the doctors could do for her. Once it was obvious that we were looking at palliative care, not a cure. Dad's, Robert's, health started to turn for the worst as well. He was very close-mouthed about his own illness, probably because he didn't want us to worry. And the only time that he ever even hinted at it was when he made it clear that if something happened to him, he wanted us to move on and not mourn for him. It was a really hard time. Well, my parents were basically dying, and it was jack shit that I could do. My mom, Lila, passed away about a year after getting diagnosed, and in her will, she made it clear that she didn't want us to see her body. I'm sure people will think of it as some kind of way for us to prevent seeing the real her, but the truth is she wanted us to remember her alive and not as a body. We had her cremated and spread the ashes in her garden. Shortly after, I got a call at school from my brother Liam, letting me know that Dad, Robert, had passed as well. Same deal, cremation, spreading the ashes where we spread Mom, Lila. Maybe it was melodramatic, but I couldn't help but think, I'm an orphan now, so I don't talk about it much. My dad, Robert, wasn't. He wasn't the best person, but I loved him, and he never did anything to hurt me, or my brother Liam. Everything he did, I know he did, out of love for us. The only time that he ever got mad at us was when we really messed up, like when he warned us not to play around the tunnel. He ended up ignoring him at first, but when he caught us, he was livid. He probably knew that we could have really hurt ourselves. He was really caring like that. No, take care of Mom, Lila, to the end, and die right behind her. Yeah, I remember once after we knew that the cancer was fatal, he did all this research to try and find out exactly how much time she had left, and I asked him why. And he wanted to know, down to the minute, how long he had been with her, so that he could be by her side the entire time. In the end, he was. He was pretty close, now off by a couple of weeks, but still, that's how well he knew her. That's why I say none of us were really surprised when he got sick. I think I'm gonna go down it though. The more I think about it, the more I kinda just wanna solve it so I can stop thinking about it. You know, there's so much emotional stuff tied up to it. And I really just wanna solve it once, and I can just let that go and go back to my normal life. For some reason, it feels like I'm just spiraling downward into the memories, and it's kind of overwhelming, maybe. Maybe because I never really grieved for them. I don't know. I'm probably gonna go down tomorrow night. Okay, I'll call a friend, Chris. I'll tell him to hang out with me in case I fall and kill myself or something. Or fall into a pile of corpses. Either way, it'll be good to have someone there. Alright, so I guess I'll just tell this in chronological order. So first off, I heard from the realtor, Mr. Ellis. They contacted the people I bought the house from, the Jenkins family, and acted like they were just curious if they'd had any poor experiences with the house. The owners told them they just didn't really feel that the Concord neighborhood suited them. They don't have ghostly experiences or anything like that. I asked them. I really gave my number to them, but I haven't heard from them. However, I did a little digging, and here's what I know. The house was built by the Whitaker family around 150 years ago. Like I said, it's an old area, so the family that built it lived in it, passed it down until the last few members died out. Just no one had any kids, who the bank took ownership. I found all this out through public record, but I don't really know the details of the sale to my parents. I assume that they must have bought it from the bank. My buddy Chris came over around 5 after work, and I basically gave him a rundown of everything I knew so far. He agreed for the most part, but I could tell that he thought it was some kind of prank that I was pulling. I asked him to bring over some climbing stuff, and even though he didn't know why I wanted him to, he came through. One of the things he brought was a little flashlight, and he said the first thing to do was lower something brighter than a glow stick in there. The rope was about 90 feet. I got just about 2/3 of it in before it started pulling to the left. That tunnel was curving like a spiral. At least that's the best way I can describe it. It reminds me of how a magnet on a string acts when it's being attracted to another one. And light also flickered, and we thought they might go out, but it was tougher than the other lights, and it stayed on. But at that point, my buddy Chris was 100% in agreement that it was really not normal. I must explain why the glow sticks never hit the bottom. They kind of got sucked into and beyond that curve. Lowered the light in as far as we could and lost sight of it. By our estimate, the curve became really noticeable about 75 feet down. I was all for going down right away, but my buddy Chris was smarter than me, and instead he insisted that we do a few more checks. He sort of rigged up a system, was tied to one of the bigger beams, and attached a harness to it. He was very insistent on it being just a piece of thing that would never be as totally safe, but I have to admit, my adrenaline was going. If I needed to know what was in there, he got the thing all rigged up when I asked for the harness. He wouldn't give it to me. I said, "Give me the damn thing." And he refused. He kept saying, "No, it's not safe. I'm the only one trained to do this." All that kind of stuff. And I tried to be respectful about it, but we started arguing pretty hard. And then he threatened to take his entire setup down and out, and I was very reluctant to agree to let him go down first to check it out. He put on some kind of respirator thing like I've seen construction workers wear, and he got himself all rigged up in the harness. He's I guess, a bigger dude, so it was a tight fit from under that roof. So much so that I thought that he maybe wasn't going to fit at all, but he managed to cram himself inside and test his weight down on that ladder. It was fine. Totally solid, and he started down with me, holding a really big camping flashlight to give him as much light as possible. Everything was fine until he got about 30 feet down. He'd been talking, and suddenly his voice cut off. Scared the shit out of me. I could see him, but it was like he was behind a wall. No sound at all. And afterward, he said that he couldn't hear me either, and he came back up, calling the whole time. From my end, he was totally silent until a very specific height, when suddenly I could hear him again. We narrowed it down to just about where we figured the basement would be, 32 feet. You ever take what you mean is that this tunnel is going well below the basement? He almost tripled that before he had to stop and come back up. His voice was really shaky. He said, "It's cold down there." I didn't really realize what he meant at the time, so I just asked if he was going to stop. First he said no, but then he went back down and seemed like he got stuck going around that curve. He tried a few different ways, but because of the angle, he didn't have enough clearance. The tunnel doesn't exactly get narrower, but my friend Chris was having some trouble anyway. I mean, he's a big dude, and for some reason he just couldn't seem to get the right angle to make that curve. It seemed like it took him forever to get back up. We regrouped, he said, to that specific point, a little over 30 feet down. It was like going into ice water, freezing cold, no sound. He couldn't even really hear himself. He was super muffled. He said it. It wasn't like anything he'd ever experienced before. And did I really want to go down there? Of course I said yes, and he got me all strapped in the harness. It's a small kind of house, so I had no problem getting down inside. The ladder is made of the same wood as the rest of the house, and it's basically just blocks of wood hammered into the side. As you go down, the curve is very noticeable, much more so than if you were just looking at it. At the point where you hit the basement, the paneling gives way to dirt. It shores up some of the more occasional planks, and around the same point, we go through that barrier, and it's shocking to the system. Takes your breath away. There's also a pressure change. My ears popped really painfully. and since I was going down feet first, I couldn't really see what was below me. I felt the curve more than I saw it. I gave my friend Chris a thumbs up and started the turn. I went down for over 5 minutes, guys. I timed it. Now, admittedly, I was going slow, but I can't even express how wrong it felt just to keep going down into this endless hole. There was a point where I really seriously started getting scared that I was never going to find the end of this thing. It was that long. Then, all of a sudden, I went to take another step and my foot landed on something that rolled under me. It almost sent me on my ass. I kicked it all aside and got my feet under me. Solid ground, cold through my shoes. When I did the smaller flashlight at the ground, the glow sticks were still glowing and farther away. And it was basically a closet-sized room with marbles. Holy, the room is small. Like I said, an open at one end, where it appears to continue downward in that same circular way. There's no natural light, and the air is thin. I only spent a few minutes down there, but I was frozen by the time I left, which was quickly. I was nervous being down too long without my friend Chris knowing what was going on. Needless to say, he was pissed that he couldn't get in, but neither of us was willing to call it quits. Communication down there was an issue. That was. Since after a few failed attempts at my calling from the room, we concluded that electronics didn't seem to like working down there. We decided we'd do things on a time limit instead. I go down for half an hour at the most and come right back up when time is up. Why did he show? He'd call the cops. He wasn't crazy about it, but then he was dying to know what it was just as much as me. In total, I spent about 2 hours down, and what I just started thinking of as a sub-basement. The walls were some kind of gray rock. They were smooth. There were no markings or seams, and it was completely dark. No light of any kind. I didn't have the balls to turn off my light to verify that, though. The ground is dirt. No sign of prior traffic except a place that was stuffed by the edge of the ladder knew or my own marks were. The hallway leading down out of the room is wider than the tunnel coming down. I followed that for a ways, but it seemed like the space was getting wider. I don't want to risk getting lost. Everything looks the same down there. The entire time I was going down this hallway farther into the ground, it kept getting colder and colder. The walls are almost painful to touch. My nose hairs were freezing together. And about then is when I turned back. The second time, though, I noticed something that I'd missed coming in. It was lying out of my line of sight near the right wall. It was something green, a piece of a string of Christmas tree lights. It must have fallen off, and I lowered it and got stuck to my shoe. No way else it could have gotten there on top. I was so cold, my buddy Chris had to help me out. I had no use of my hands. It was like I'd been in a deep freezer. I got into the shower. I stayed there for almost an hour trying to warm up. My buddy Chris agreed to stay the night in case I needed help or something. Yes, tomorrow off. And now I've agreed to wait until he comes over to do anything else. See? I'm gonna buy some heavy winter gear to take down there as well as some fishing line and chalk to mark my way. I'm also bringing a tape measure and some paper so I can roughly draw out what this place looks like. If there's anything else I should bring, let me know. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's beyond strange. Impossible. I don't know what to think. I had no idea this thing was under my house. I kind of want to know why it's there. There was zero record of anyone even knowing about it. I'm gonna look around in the attic to see if maybe there's stuff up there from the previous owners. Something that they forgot or something. I'm feeling really sick today for some reason though, so I'm not feeling up to too much. I'll do it tomorrow. First thing, when I posted the last update, I went to bed aching with a fever. I've been running it basically ever since. I feel absolutely awful. Everything aches. I've got a couple of canker sores too. Did not stop me from doing things, but it made it a little bit more difficult. They'll try to scare me with radiation poisoning, by the way. I have a Geiger counter coming. Well, then the last thing I need is freaking out about that. Revi's owner, Mrs. Jenkins, got in touch with me. First off, she was very nice. Answered all of my questions. She and her husband grew up in the area near the age my parents would be, the older. And I guess the family that built this place, the Whitakers, was kind of notorious for being weird. They stayed at home basically constantly. No one seemed to work outside of the house, and they didn't talk much except amongst themselves. Someone's better rumor once that the girls, the last kids who lived there, had made some comments about being expected to be home all the time. They were in charge of it, and they weren't allowed to leave for too long in case something happened. We talked a little more, and there's basically the only useful information that I got. Aside from her apologizing for my mother's death, turns out she had met them a few times in the course of the sale and really liked them. I thanked her and said that I was just happy to be back in my house. She said that she was sure my dad, Robert, would be very happy for me. I said that I was sure he would. My dad's, Robert's, been on my mind a lot lately, probably with good reason. He lied to me. Well, I was super sick. I wasn't able to do much except lie in bed and suffer, but I had a lot of time to think. Maybe you guys have already put this together, but I guess I'm stupid, and it took me longer. Mostly, I thought about the Christmas lights. I mean, that piece I found last time I went. Though, well, as soon as I could physically drag myself up to the attic, I found the string I'd used and checked the end of it. It's frayed like it had been broken at some point. I don't know how it still works, and frankly, it doesn't really matter. I could say with almost 100% certainty that they matched. I didn't bring the piece up with me, but you can bet I'll do it next time. And if it's true, that means that those lights have been down there before, which means I'm not the first person in there. And the only person I can think of that would have been in my family anyway is my dad, Robert. So I mentioned before that my dad, Robert, had gotten pissed the day he caught me and my brother Liam messing around with the entrance. I can't remember what we were doing exactly, but it involved crawling around in the corners looking for stuff. Probably a change we thought we might find or something. I found it first, but I got my brother Liam to try and help me open it, but it was glued shut. We were in the process of trying to use a ruler that we found to pry it apart when Dad, Robert, caught us. He didn't just scream at us. I remember that now. He actually dragged our asses downstairs, threatening to ban us from the upstairs if we ever did that again. This was after he lost his job, and he had started acting so much more hostile than he had before. It was a complete overreaction that I chalked up to him being stressed about work. What if it wasn't? What if he knew there was something down there and didn't want us to find it? What makes sense? Use those lights to go exploring down there? I found that flashlight so easily, but something attacked him while he was down there? What happened that scared him so bad he yelled at us like that? What if? What if that's why he lost his job? Like, it sounds ridiculous, but if he was so stressed about the tunnel that he stopped working well and he lost his job, sucks is that I had no way to verify any of it. I can just ask him later. That same night that he caught us, I noticed my hands were sticky. At the time, I didn't connect the two things, but now I'm almost positive they were connected. But glue was fresh around the door. He had to have resealed it, and he wouldn't have had to do that unless he opened it himself in the first place. What the fuck was going on? How much? How much did he know? I thought well enough this morning to go back down for a bit, and I've been feeling really hot, so it actually felt pretty nice down there. The pressure change was hell on my ears. But once I get down inside, it's not that bad. And yes, I went alone. If there's anything down there that could hurt me, I honestly don't want my friend Chris to be involved. It's not his fault my house is completely fucked. I didn't go far enough to find the light segment. I was too exhausted, but I got to the first room and just sort of sat in there and listened. Well, guys, I cannot even stress how cold it is down there. The stone or the concrete or whatever that place is made out of, it's like sitting on ice. There's also a weird feeling to the place that's harder to explain. It's like, you know when you're in a tall building and you're aware when you're high up? It's like that. There's all this space under me. God willing, I can go down there further soon and finally see where it leads to. It's so quiet down there, sitting there makes me think of another memory. Like I said before, Dad, Robert, lost his job and started to change. Not much more angry with us, much more hostile toward Mom, Lila, etc. If he knew what was under our house, he probably hated himself for moving us there and endangering us. And Mom, Lila, got sick, and he was so totally different, always hovering around her, making sure she was okay. Sometimes it felt a little different than before, though like he knew what was happening to her. And, oh, guilty, I don't know. One day, when the chemo was getting stronger and she was feeling really bad, I got a call from them at school, which was just weird because he wasn't the type to do that. I asked him what was up. He said, well, I just need to know what it is your mother is asking for." Well, that's exactly how he said it. To your mother, the guy was absolutely out of it from worrying and staying up late every night. I said, "Sure, okay, what did he need?" And he asked me, "She keeps talking about Scooter. She wishes Scooter was around." What? What is she talking about? Not just about made my heart stop. Hi Scooter is the nickname she gave me when I was really little, because I didn't learn to crawl right. I just scooted around on my butt everywhere. He knew that. That's what really started to think that something was wrong, and maybe he was getting sick too. I mean, how could he forget something like that? My plan for the next trip down is this. I'll bring the Geiger counter, which is coming today. Also bring a pen and paper so I can sketch out the room, and a level to see if anything is sloped. And I'll bring a thermometer, some food, and water. I want to figure this thing out. Okay, I'm not. I'm not going to sit around like my dad, Robert, did. And I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't exist. Maybe that original family, the Whitakers, knew it too. Maybe they felt like they had to protect everyone from getting hurt. Maybe that's why they all died out. Maybe they got tired of having to sit around in a fucked up house. Or maybe the stress killed them. I don't know. I feel so sick. Okay, the inside of my mouth was starting to peel. I'm really starting to regret buying this house. Like the title says, this will be my last update. There's nothing left to say besides what I'm writing here. I've done all I can. I got an old camping backpack out of my dad's. Robert's things like his crank flashlight and measuring tape, energy bars, water, rope, Christmas lights. Stuffed it all in there with a Geiger counter and planned as if I wasn't coming back. I didn't know. I wrote my buddy Chris a text, but he never responded. Maybe he's mad at me for involving him. I know I would be if I were him. I'm glad he's the only one that I have to be guilty about imagining if I had taken up on some offer to come and help me out. The counter I used is a GQ GMC 300, and since it's so small, I just had it looped around my wrist and was checking it periodically. It was totally normal until I hit that barrier. I thought that it would shut off like everything else. The display died in a few places, then kept going. There were a few dead places on the screen, but it surprisingly kept running. Sometimes it would, though, glitch out a little bit. So maybe my numbers won't be 100% accurate. They don't really need to be. Those are pretty obvious when the change happened. As soon as I passed that barrier, the reading jumped to almost 0.2 Mr. Now. I went down there totally ignorant of what the readings meant. They call me stupid, call me whatever. The fact of the matter is that I've already been down enough that nothing I do from here on out matters. Okay, I didn't want to risk getting freaked out too much to continue. The readings stayed around that through the tunnel and into the first room, fluctuating a bit, but not enough to note. I figured, okay, it's definitely not normal, but certainly not to worry about surely. And as I made my way down into the other room, the reading slowly crept up to 0.25, 0.34. By the time I was down in the largest room, it was at 2. Took a break there, gathered myself. I pulled out the string of lights, compared it to the scrap that I found last time. It was a 100% match. You can see where it was torn off of the larger string, and pretty much matched up to the original strands. I pocketed the strands. I don't really know why, and I kept moving. In addition to the counter, I also brought myself a handheld mercury thermometer. At the start of the slope down out of the second room, the temperature was holding steady at 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, anything beyond that was unexplored, so I prepped myself. That had a permanent marker, and I made a little tick on the wall in case it branched out from there and I got lost or something. While I was doing that, I noticed a little imperfection in the wall, a little gouge mark. Now, of course, it's not normally anything amazing, but in this case, the walls were perfectly smooth, no cracks or anything. So whatever did that, did it intentionally. My guess, my dad, Robert, had the same idea. Like father, like son. From that point, the hallway dipped down into a gradual slope downward in a spiral. Up until this point, I wasn't sure if that was intentional or not, but it is. I'm not going to bother posting all the measurements I took, but suffice to say I measured every wall of both rooms, the tunnel entrance, and a bunch of other places. I worked it out. I looked up the sequence to verify my suspicions. Without getting too much ahead, the measurements aren't consistent all the way down the house, the tunnel, everything. They're all in the same sequence. I'm sorry. I'm so scattered. I'll come back to this in a bit. Just keep that in mind, though. Okay, so the hall, sloping down, went on for a long, long time. Not like, oh, this is kind of a long walk. Like I've been walking for hours and my feet are tired long. I didn't bother timing it. Maybe I probably should have, but I was too preoccupied with the counter and the thermometer. For everyone, I want to say the fifth of a mile I went, the temperature dropped and the Geiger counter rose, 10 Fahrenheit to -5 Fahrenheit, 21 MR to 3758. Most you are yourself. Sure, I had the benefit of ignorance. Okay, I assume those numbers worked like temperatures. I'm sure you guys know better. I walked and walked and walked and I had a watch. But down there, time was meaningless, sort of kept pace with my thoughts. Yeah, I thought about my dad, Robert, about how he changed so suddenly, about how strange he acted before Mom, Lila, got sick. Do you know what that's like to have every memory of your parents called into question? Every motive, every sentence? I kept trying to remember anything I could. What did he say about us? How did he say it? Was he always forgetful afterward? What happened to him down here? I'll be honest, I had no intention of ever leaving. Yeah, I figured I'd go down here and never come back. I left a letter taped to the front door in case I vanished. My buddy Chris still hasn't answered, but I left him a detailed message about where I was. I told him, under no circumstances, should he send anyone after me, just seal the entrance. Tell the cops I died in an accident. Whatever it took to keep them out. This place was bad. Okay. I mean, it doesn't feel evil, but it's certainly not cozy either. I reached another room after a long, long time. Maybe double the size of the last. The hall was widening out to the place, and was getting bigger the further I went. But by now it was about -32 degrees Fahrenheit, and the walls were coated with frost. A mist hung in the air. Don't ask me how I was breathing down there. Maybe oxygen seeped in after so many years of this place being around. I took a break to eat a quick snack. The counter was holding a steady between 85 and 100. I was starting to feel sick again. Like the last one, the room was bare stark. The floor was so cold it seeped through my 3 layers and chilled me to the bone. Even my parka wasn't helping much. At that point, it looked up the symptoms of frostbite in my nose, and cheeks were starting to show the early stages of it. I brought one of those biking balaclavas and I put it on. Now, if you sit in a really quiet room, you hear your heart was like that. Almost like the whole area was soundproof and muffled. I could hear my blood in my ears, some room in a studio somewhere. It's the quietest place on earth, so quiet that you go crazy if you stay for too long. Well, that's how I felt down there. I tried singing while I was resting, but it was somehow worse. I don't think that place was built to have noise in it. It just sounded wrong. I knew if I stayed put too long, I would eventually just not be able to get up, like the climbers who died on Everest because they stop and rest. So I forced myself up and I kept going. I can't give an accurate depiction of the loneliness and non-life of this place. As the passage widened out, it started getting echoey. I lost track of the ceiling, but kept one hand against a wall to keep my bearings on a few more of those tick marks. But they don't seem necessary, really just one long hall, no mazes or anything. That is, I don't get the sense that it was built to be a trap. Both numbers kept rising and falling respectively. I didn't know what the numbers meant, but even I was smart enough to know the ones on the counter were getting serious. They were rising much faster now, skipping entire decimal places, 200, 400, 800. It seemed like every few feet I went, it just got worse and worse. The process of going, finding a new room, and passing through it repeated. I don't know how many times, so stupid. I should have been more careful recording the exact distance. But I had this horrible sense of futility. But nothing I did mattered anyway. Whatever place was built for, it wasn't being used anymore, and it felt abandoned. I was acutely aware that I was the only one down here. And then, a little further on, I found a glove. I recognized it as my dad's, Robert's. It was distinctive because of the fur lining. I remember when he stopped using them, we all asked him about it. And he loved those gloves. And he never even talked about losing one. Just said that he must have lost it somewhere, and that was that. Above it on the wall, something scratched into the wall it was hard to read. but I think it said 4 meters. Maybe it's a reference to the distance between my house and it. But we're not talking just a few feet. This thing goes for miles under my goddamn house. It makes me angry. Why my house? Why sea, or why all of this? Couldn't they have put it somewhere where no one would find it? Why here? I'll spare you the rest of the walk, just more of the same, more hallways, more rooms, more cold. But it was so cold. I've never experienced anything like that. I walked for days, weeks, years. It feels like I've been gone my entire life, and it's so cold time freezes down there. I don't know anything's possible. The Geiger counter had long passed, the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. I even knew what that had to mean. The last room came abruptly. The hall led into it and stopped. No other exits, no 2 walls were the same length. It measured 8 by 13 by 34 by 21. I wasn't surprised. Maybe you're smart enough to figure it all out. The entire house, the tunnel, but the halls, the rooms. It's all Fibonacci numbers. I had to do some Googling, but it all checks out. The entire thing is built in a perfect Fibonacci spiral. I looked that up to the sacred shape. It's life. It's found in nature of all kinds. I did only guess why it was so important to build it that way. In the last room, the ceiling was so high I couldn't see it. Even with the flashlight. It was snowing. You know it could snow on the ground? And maybe he can't. Maybe by then I was so utterly that nothing was the way it seemed. Temperature, -89. Geiger counter, 377,000. I threw up as soon as I entered the room, and I couldn't stop. I felt weak. I felt dizzy. My skin prickled. Snow felt electrically charged. It had no shape. It flakes itself. The little crystals are all wrong. Not pretty like they should have been. Mutated points in all directions. Even the snow knew it didn't belong down here. I don't even know if the floor was really the floor. See, it was all snow, for all I know. It just kept going down forever. Make it away, maybe. Maybe I would have fallen forever. And the corner was a lump of snow. And the only thing in the room that didn't belong. I think by then I knew what it was. I guess somewhere along that long walk, I put it all together. And then I just don't want to admit it. Who would want to? I bent and I brushed the layers of snow away and uncovered the slope of one shoulder. The parka was faded and stiff, frozen solid. I set the flashlight down. I dug the entire thing out. I didn't let myself see it as a whole until I was done. Just saw the pieces. A familiar boot, hair, hands curled at the chest. Bruised neck like someone had tied a rope around it and yanked it tight. I sat down and cranked the flashlight, and I threw up again. It was too weak to get up. I just sat looking at him, trying to decide what to do. He'd been there for so long. He was frozen solid as a rock, curled on one side, perfectly preserved. I could see the familiar mustache, the scraggly hair, the scar on one thumb when he almost chopped it off working on the trees one summer. It was horrible to find him there. So good to see him, even in that state. And you can realize how much I missed him. He'd be long gone, but just to be next to him, to see you, to touch him, it was wonderful in a way, a relief to finally know what had happened. He made it so far, was the kind of guy that Dad, Robert, was. He made it farther than I ever would have. Even if he was freezing and sick, he would have seen it to the end, made sure that nothing could hurt us. I wanted to get him out of here, but I couldn't even budge him. I was too weak. The inside of my mouth was raw. I kept spitting blood. So I just sat there with him and thought about the good times that we'd had while I was growing up. The snow was falling lightly but steady, and let it cover his face back up. I stayed as long as I could, but I knew if I waited too long, I'd never get back up. I had ended up the same way. I left the flashlight cranked until the spring was too stiff to move anymore, so he didn't have to be in the dark, and I walked back in the pitch black. I had to go slow. I was so weak. My legs didn't want to work, and I'd lost all sense of balance. I must have been in shock, because I remember almost none of the trip. It was all in absolute darkness. It was impossible to know where I was. I do remember climbing the ladder back to the attic, almost passing out, and God only knows how I managed to do it, but I did. I took off all of my gear. I dropped everything back down inside. I didn't think it was a good idea to bring it back up to the surface. I have neighbors, after all. I took a long bath. A lot of my skin is blistered like sunburns, but it felt wonderful. And while I was there, I called. I left my buddy Chris one more message, letting him know that he needed to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Tell them that he was exposed to radiation. I don't know if they can help him or not, but he shouldn't have been exposed too much. I mean, I'd love to wait to talk to him in person, but I don't think I have the luxury of time anymore. There's an open sore at the bottom of my gum line. I think it's going into the bone. Any air on it is excruciating, so talking is kind of hard. The other call I made after I got out was to the previous owner, Mrs. Jenkins. She sounded surprised to hear from me. I told her I just needed to ask a quick question. She was very nice about answering that. She said, Dad, Robert, came by when they listed the house, asked about the price but never called it back. She figured that's why I bought the house. Some kind of gift to him. I asked, was she sure? She said, of course. She even got his full name from. He gave her the entire thing, even though I remember his middle name being somewhat of a hot topic with him growing up due to his family history. He wasn't fond of his father, who also had that name. She said, Dad, Robert and I looked a lot alike, but he looked great for his age. I thanked her, and I hung up. You see, it all makes sense to me now. Hindsight is 20/20, of course. I probably could have figured it out sooner, but I guess I didn't want to believe that it could have been true. You don't have it all exactly right, but I can put the pieces together in a decent picture. I don't know if the family who owned the house, the Whitakers, brought whatever was down there with them. Maybe they were intending to build a cellar and stumbled on the system. Maybe they built it to hide their secret. I don't know. But they got tired of taking care of it. The thing that lived in the bottomless spiral of constantly playing keeper. They died out. The house passed on to my parents. I guess we sort of inherited the responsibility, but of course, how would we have known? Dad, Robert, probably went down there thinking that he'd come up with a great story to tell. He took the lights with him. Maybe because he didn't want to turn around once he got in there. Maybe he would have died as quickly if he left them behind. I don't know. Maybe when whatever was living in there was around, the radiation was higher, said Daddy to Delirium. Maybe he never even saw it coming. I'd like to think it killed him quickly, but he didn't suffer those bruises. Whatever wrapped the lights around his neck did it so hard he couldn't have had any chance to get away. So hard a piece broke off, and the thing carried it until realizing it would be too incriminating to have it around. Maybe whatever it was just trying to escape for years. It lived with us and poisoned us all. He gave my mom, Lila, cancer. It waited for her to die so they could slip away. It was smart enough to know that we'd come looking for it if it just up and disappeared. Whatever it is, shapeshifter, a monster, I don't know. I don't really care. It's out there wearing my dad's, Robert's, appearance, like a second skin. Maybe it's gone far away now that it knows the house is back in the family. It doesn't want to be sent back down. It has what it wants. It's free. I'm leaving a letter for my brother Liam, instructing him to sell the house as soon as it's passed on to him. I'm leaving it and everything else to him. I'm not going to tell him anything. I'll say that I got tired of living. I went somewhere quiet and I died. I'll say they'll never find my body. I'll sign the letter. I'll make sure they know it's me. I know I don't want them searching too hard. A blanket, my favorite pillow, some water. I doubt it'll take long, but I don't want to die thirsty. I'll also bring a small thing of epoxy to seal the entrance shut behind me. A padlock too, so even if the epoxy is dissolved, they won't be able to get in. The door is almost invisible anyway. Sealed shut. It'll be like it was never even there. I checked the house. The radiation levels are a little high. Maybe they'll go down once I leave. I won't be staying long. I don't want to contaminate anything, any more than I have. Somewhere out in the world right now, my dad Robert is walking around. But it's not my dad Robert. It's something else. Maybe it doesn't even know what effect it has on people. Maybe it does, but there's nothing I can do about it either way. I'll go back down, seal myself inside, and go sit with my dad, Robert, until my body gives out. Like I said, it won't be long. I can feel myself coming undone. Inside, my chest hurts. My lungs are all soupy again. I can hold. My teeth have already fallen out too. Whatever cancer I have is spreading like a fire, and hopefully I'll die from the cold before it kills me first. Please, don't try to look for me. I just tell my story and make sure people know that I tried my best not to bring anyone else into it. Liam, I love you. Please forgive me for what I've done. If you ever see this, I've really tried my best to be a good brother. Please get yourself checked out as soon as possible. It's not too late for you. Mom, Lila, I love you. I don't know why any of this happened to us. I wish I could take it all back and never find that door. I wish I could go back and do everything again. I got the answers. That's all I could do. I did my best. When I see you, I hope you won't hate me for what I did to us. And Dad, Robert, I'll see you soon. I'm coming to meet you. Make sure you're not alone anymore. I love you both, and I'm so sorry. The horrifying truth hidden in the secret room, where forgotten corridors twist like veins into the earth. A portrait hangs unseen. Elias Hawthorne's alone, they whispered, its eyes not painted but alive, watching, waiting for the bloodline to unravel its frame and unleash what no mortal gaze was meant to endure. I first heard of the hidden portrait of Elias Hawthorne during my earlier years, when I was living at our ancestral family home in Biltmore Estate, located in the tender Blue Ridge countryside of North Carolina. It was my grandfather, my only living relative, who related the story to me. Not much is known about our family's famed progenitor, but supposedly deep within Biltmore Estate, a room exists, the study of Elias Hawthorne, and in it hangs the sole existing portrait of the man. I never learned the authenticity of this story, and this rumor, for I was never allowed to roam the seamlessly endless halls of Biltmore Estate unsupervised, and too big was the chance for a young child to get lost in its winding labyrinthine hallways. My grandfather was a studious man, a scholar, but also a hermit who chose to spend his remaining years at Biltmore Estate after my mother's death in childbirth. He had taken my upbringing and early education upon himself. He instructed me on such subjects as history, mythology, and philosophy, but also hinted at other, more secretive studies he partook in. Yet he had also shared many tales relating to our family, and of course the story of Elias's portrait. Once I was of suitable age, he sent me off to the grand city of New York, where I first attended the prestigious Lawrenceville School, and eventually Columbia University, all paid for by our family's lavish fortune. My first field of choice was that of history, an interest brought forth by my grandfather's many tales. After only a few semesters, however, I moved on to the study of contemporary politics, driven by an ever-growing, almost unconscious need to understand the workings of our modern world. While I analyzed the workings of the world at large, I grew more and more interested in the smaller picture of my very own family line. As a pastime, a hobby really, I set out to complete a family tree of the Hawthorne line, something no one had ever attempted, at least if I were to trust my grandfather's words. This endeavor of mine, however, seemed to be doomed from its outset, and even after I had consulted the vast archives of New York, I was only able to put together a rough patchwork of unrelated names and lost relatives. As I had learned from my grandfather, the Hawthorne family was a secluded one, always has been, and many of its members had preferred to hide away from the world and spend their entire existence deep within the secure walls of Biltmore Estate. Even those who had ventured forth into the world, driven by their own ambition or in search of adventure, would ultimately, and without fail, return to the estate. It should be the same for me. Upon graduation, I took up a position as a teaching assistant, but my heart never belonged to the grand capital. Instead, I longed to return to the ancient walls of Biltmore Estate. With each passing year, I felt less at home in New York. It was a loud, dirty, and crowded city, one teeming with people, a city that never slept, an ever-changing beast of the mundane social merit and overindulgence. The longer I suffered through its wakefulness, its wastefulness, the more I longed for the stillness and comfortable melancholia I had so felt from the steadfast walls of my home. I felt, frankly, different from the other people, like a different breed. And so in the third decade of my life, I decided to leave the grand capital behind and return home. I had not visited the estate since my grandfather had sent me off to boarding school, not even upon his death, honoring his last wish to focus on my studies, and not a secluded old man. Yet I remembered the way without fail. I knew exactly which of the small, winding country roads to take, treating the car's navigation system as nothing more than a voice of whispered reinforcements. Eventually, I could make out the towering Gothic spires that formed the heart of Biltmore Estate on the distant horizon. When I laid eyes upon them, the strangest of feelings washed over me, a feeling that was more than simple nostalgia, for it felt almost like a presence was calling out to me, as if the estate itself was alive, and had for all those years waited for me to return. Biltmore Estate was a place of architectural madness, and I only now realized how truly monstrous its dimensions were. It was a gigantic construction that had been ever extended, comprising dozens of buildings, wings, and endless rooms, all interconnected, an amalgamation of centuries worth of mortar and brick. Its heart was a magnificent example of Gothic architecture, giving the entire building a feeling of excessive antiquity, and making entry into the grand vestibule feel like you had set foot in an ancient cathedral. Its wings, which had been added over the course of centuries, were a tour de force of Europe's architectural greatness. The Gothic gave way to the pillars, domes, and columns of the Renaissance, reminiscent of classic antiquity, before those were overtaken by the grander, more excessive style of the Baroque, which was replaced in turn by the purity and authenticity of the neoclassical. Only the newest additions to the estate were held in the more modern and contemporary styles of the current day, while many of the estate's distant and forgotten wings were covered in fungi and long vines. None of the estate's walls showed signs of damage. None of the many distant and half-forgotten wings had collapsed. No, there was no sign of dilapidation, of decay amongst the entirety of the estate. How this was possible was yet another mystery amongst a sheer endless number surrounding it, as well as my family. As I stared at these bleak, century-old walls, at the giant, watchful eye-like windows, at its almost unnerving patchwork architecture, I was flooded with a feeling of deep nostalgia. I had so longed for this place, and now I knew I was finally and forever home. When I set foot in the building's grand vestibule, I felt small, almost like I was a child again, pushed back to my early years when the proportions of the estate had seemed unreal and scary, its many long hallways reminiscent of gaping maws ready to swallow me up. Even now, it felt as if the estate's interior dimensions, as ridiculous as it sounds, dwarfed even its gigantic exterior. From the grand vestibule, a wide hallway stretched on and led deeper into the estate, connecting it to its Gothic heart, but also the various wings and other hallways snaking their way through the building. As I followed this hallway, my eyes wandered over its excessive design and the many lavish decorations. I remembered now that this hallway was not merely an entryway, but so much more. My footsteps echoed on the polished marble floor. My hands glided gently over the many tapestries adorning the mighty walls. They depicted iconic scenes from the Bible, showcased creatures from mythology, and even famous historical events. Their composition and make as different as the estate's architecture. Some were centuries old, their fibers stiff and hardened, their colors faded, while others were in almost pristine condition. They all painted a tapestry of colors, threads, and stitches of various kinds. The upper parts of the walls were lined with costly hardwood paneling, coated with gold leaf and other similarly costly materials. And finally, above it all loomed the hallway's high, intricately carved ceiling, forming a net of the most complicated art full of hidden details, their meaning lost through the passage of time. Here and there, I found alcoves presenting trophies and artifacts brought back by those members of the Hawthorne family line who had ventured out into the world. Venetian masks were propped up next to knightly armor. Statues and figures created by Italian sculptors were accompanied by delicate German wood cuttings. Yet there were many other, more exotic items to behold. African stone carvings, tribal masks, clay tablets, Mesopotamian vases, and Asian weaponry. It was a showcasing, a testament to the lives lived in Biltmore Estate, of people's occupations and ambitions. This all added to the building's general atmosphere. Biltmore Estate was an old place, a musty and antique one, but most of all a lonely one, for it seemed I was the only person who had set foot into these ancient walls ever since my grandfather's passing. All these decorations, these trophies and artifacts, however, gave it a strange sort of vitality. I had only ever set foot in this hallway a few select times, and always accompanied by my grandfather. Now, for the first time, I was able to truly experience it, to truly absorb it all, and was utterly overwhelmed. After what felt like hours, and after I had satisfied my curiosity, my nostalgia drove me back to my grandfather's former living quarters in the estate's eastern wings. It was one of the newest additions to the building, commissioned by no other than my grandfather himself at his return to the estate. My grandfather's lodgings were sparsely furnished, and an expression of his hermit lifestyle. No tapestries hung against the walls, no carpets covered the cold marble floor. Instead, there was a stark functionality to it all. Every item had its function and was meticulously placed. It did not matter if it was his reading chair next to the fireplace, the workbenches which hinted at the hidden art of alchemy, a special interest of his, or the books in his small but dedicated library. While I could have chosen any other part of the estate, rooms much more lavishly furnished, it was here I felt most at home. It was not merely feelings of nostalgia, though, for I too had grown weary of the outside world, of interacting with people, and over the years had taken on similar characteristics to those that had so marked my grandfather. After I had settled in, I decided to continue my work on the Hawthorne family tree. During my years in New York, when this newest interest was born, I never found much time to truly indulge in it. But out here in Biltmore Estate, it felt like I had all the time in the world. I planned to record not merely who made up our family line, but also add my ancestors' various travels, works, and achievements, and all the fields in which the Hawthorne name had left its mark, however minuscule they might be. I spent days sifting through my grandfather's personal library. While I found many an old tome to marvel at, there was scarcely a mention of the Hawthorne name in any of them. Only a handful of books written by members of the family were crammed between other, more important works, almost as if placed as an afterthought. One was written by an Isabella Hawthorne and comprised roughly 24 melancholic poems authored by the woman herself. Another had the title De for Animalium, but was nothing but a long-winded thesis on the breeding of domesticated animals. The rest were similarly uninteresting, and ultimately meaningless in the grander scope of my project. Before long, I ventured forth into the depths of Biltmore Estate, for my grandfather had spoken to me of other quarters similar to his, which had been left undisturbed for years. Whenever he talked of them, it was with a certain reservedness of character. The estate was too big, had become a beast too sprawling to ever take stock of, and there seemed to be an almost unspoken rule to leave those lodgings as they were, to serve as memorials of their former inhabitants' existence on earth. Many of them, however, had gathered knowledge and books of their own, and my grandfather had often partaken in those small enclaves of knowledge, and on special occasions even stolen away with a book or two. Whenever I set out on those long, solitary walks through the estate's seemingly endless, winding guts, I was filled with an unredeemed dreariness of thought. All these hallways, all these rooms, they were covered in dust and cobwebs, filled with nothing but memories of people long gone, people who had once lived here and were now entirely forgotten. All this filled me with what I can only refer to as a melancholic loneliness for these old, gigantic walls that made up Biltmore Estate, walls that were filled with an oppressive stillness, an almost constricting emptiness, an emptiness you could almost feel. I could not help but wonder if my grandfather, and those before him, had felt the same thing as they wandered the estate. From the books I found and consulted during these walks, I slowly learned more about Elias Hawthorne. The man was born in the middle of the 15th century, supposedly in the county of York, Virginia. He was a man of many talents and even more ventures, an explorer, treasure hunter, and scholar. He amassed a massive fortune over his life, and eventually constructed the heart of what should one day become known as Biltmore Estate. The stories of the man's life were many, and as colorful and different as the number of books I consulted. Some were diaries written by distant ancestors of mine. Others were books entirely unrelated to the man's life, but mentioned his influence in deeds and footnotes written on yellowed pages and scribbled between the lines. It was said that in his younger years, Elias Hawthorne became involved in the War of the Roses and was a secret confidant of the House of York. During the final years of the conflict, however, he set out on long travels, following in the footsteps of such legendary figures as Marco Polo and even Ibn Battuta, partaking in vast journeys along the Silk Road, joining explorations into the heart of Africa, and supposedly even accompanying Christopher Columbus on his final voyage to the New World. It was these travels that eventually allowed him to take control of certain sectors of British trade and come to vast riches. How many of these stories are true, and how many are nothing but fables and exaggerations, I was not able to ascertain, but they were enough to paint a rough picture of the man and our family line's origin. In all those books, however, I never found a description, much less a portrait, of the man. The only thing mentioned was the same rumor my grandfather had shared with me. Somewhere deep within Biltmore Estate lay Elias Hawthorne's old study, and in it the sole existing portrait of his likeness. In the weeks to come, I made substantial progress in my endeavor, and steadfastly filled out the Hawthorne family tree. What was originally nothing but a patchwork of a few select names finally took shape. As the work neared completion, however, I felt more and more drawn to the secrets of the estate itself, and I began to take exhaustive walks through its endless hallways. What had been nothing but mild curiosity, and had served the purpose of learning more about the many members of my family, soon became a sort of meditative obsession. Many times, without knowing why, I found I had left my notes and quarters behind, and half in thought had begun on yet another excursion through a certain distant wing, my head filled with thoughts about Elias's life and his mysterious study. Before long, these walks grew not only frequently, but also in length. On certain days, I found myself spending almost all my waking hours wandering and in deep thought, and slowly, ever so slowly, my obsession grew, became a hot, almost burning desire. Wherever I went, however much I walked, I found no hint of the fabled study. Deep inside, I had half hoped, half expected to eventually traverse the estate in its entirety, and stumble upon it by accident, but the estate proved much larger than I had ever imagined. With each walk, with each day, I found more hallways, more rooms, found myself in entirely new areas, apartments and wings, places hidden away which I had never known existed. Eventually, out of desperation, I decided to consult the estate's floor plans. It became evident that I was not the first who had attempted to make sense of the labyrinthine monstrosity that was Biltmore Estate. An almost innumerable amount of floor plans of varying degree and make existed. Some were delicate, the work of studied men, others shoddy and hand-drawn, and some resembled ever-growing patchworks, as if they were the effort of multiple people continuing throughout the generations. The works of fevered insanity, they differed wildly at times, made no sense at others, included hidden rooms and secret wings that did not exist. It was nothing but purest madness, and yet I was driven by the singular purpose of making sense of it all. Even amongst those floor plans, however, I soon realized there was no hint of Elias's study, and I began to wonder if it truly existed. Yet my obsession never waned. The burning desire never left me, and if anything seemed to grow ever stronger, and soon affected me not only during the day, but also at night, for I became haunted by dreams of the strangest sort. In them I was walking through a grand structure, a hall wider than any I had encountered in the estate. Its ceiling was high and arched, its walls covered in innumerable doorways, giving them the appearance of a crazed honeycomb. Whenever I turned to look into these doorways, I bore witness to strange, ungodly things. Some led into dark, looming corridors, others into rooms in which I saw performances of forbidden rituals, the work of sorcerers and magic of alchemy and other disciplines of the occult. I even saw what I assumed to be chambers of torture, filled with flesh and blood, in which creatures, not entirely human, were born. These twisted creatures roamed the most distant of the dark corridors, beings forever twisted and ruined, perpetually broken, and the only echo of their miserable cries evidence of their existence. Nonetheless, it was a place of wonder, and its results, as ghastly and abominable as they were magnificent and awe-inspiring. The end of the dreams were always the same, however. After traversing the great hall for what felt like an eternity, I found myself in front of a giant arched entryway. This arch, I knew, led into a single room, a mad construction and amalgamation of all things wrong on this earth. A room grander than even this hall, the study of no other than Elias Hawthorne. Yet I was never able to set foot inside, for the moment I laid eyes upon the structure, I always awoke, shivering and covered in cold sweat. These dreams unsettled me more than anything, for I wondered why my mind conjured up these ghastly visions, and how they came to haunt me every night, without fail. Their effect on me was a noticeable one, for I began to suffer from an increased superstition of the old walls, and what lay beyond them, of what lay hidden in the unexplored depths of Biltmore Estate. And with each week, with each day, the feelings seemed to increase, and spread over my consciousness like a shroud of purest darkness. Even worse, with each night, the dreams grew more vivid, more detailed, and my knowledge of the abominable hall and its many adjacent rooms and dark corridors grew ever deeper. In one dream, I heard prayers in a language older than any known to man, partook in a strange scrying, and even hours after waking up, I shuddered at the outlandish and otherworldly things revealed there. In another, I bore witness to the creation of what I came to call flesh constructs. They were meticulously formed from the meat of different animals, combined and brought to life by arcane incantations, or created from human beings, their bodies first torn apart, then fused together in ways too different from what they once were. I even caught glimpses of the secret art of alchemy used to turn metal into gold, of the growing of mandragoras, and concoctions so weird their effect defied my understanding. Sometimes, when I awoke from those dreams, I felt something that differed from the usual terror, for it was replaced by the strangest feeling of familiarity, as if I walked those halls before. During my waking hours, I had long considered those dreams nothing but twisted interpretations of my long walks through Biltmore Estate, warped and skewed by my innermost fears and worries, a byproduct of my ever-growing obsession. These feelings of familiarity, however, even as the dreams grew worse, I never gave up on my work, continued consulting floor plans, continued traversing Biltmore Estate, and slowly my knowledge of my old ancestral family home expanded, first only in the most minute ways, but before long, bit by bit, the estate's complicated layouts became clear to me. With it, more and more details of what my grandfather had told me returned to me. It felt as if I was leafing through a hidden tome, and with each day I was able to turn a new page and read yet another paragraph. I remembered my grandfather telling me that Elias's study was not merely a random location within Biltmore Estate, but supposedly its very center, its foundation, and only reachable if one walked in the footsteps of the man himself, and made their way to these very first rooms. As I slaved away, I realized that while many of the floor plans differed wildly, certain rooms and corridors were always there, always the same. By slowly combining them, stacking all their mad details on top of one another, I somehow knew, a way through this mad labyrinth would reveal itself, and with it a path that would lead me to Elias's study. It was trial and error, sheer insanity. I only took breaks to eat and rest. I drew endlessly, created my very own floor plans, only to reject them again for an abundance of errors. Eventually, after how many weeks or months I cannot say, I succeeded in what I had set out to do. What I started as a shoddy, hand-drawn creation of my very own, covered in notes and ramblings and filling almost the entirety of the floors of my meager quarters. But just as I thought, as I had known, I had found a singular path that snaked through itself, through the estate, and reached what I could only assume to be its center. I set out almost immediately, driven half-mad, and wanting to prove that the study was just that, a room, a study, one that could not be more different from the ghastly dreams that so haunted me, and dispel these strange nocturnal illusions once and for all. As I set out, flashlight in hand, I soon left the well-known hallways behind, and instead followed constricted corridors, went up and down staircases, and entered hidden rooms and opened secret doors. It felt like I was traveling back in time, as everything surrounding me grew older the further I progressed. At first, the path led me through rooms of contemporary and modern design, but I soon entered those of an older kind, of neoclassical and Baroque furnishings, before finally ones that reminded me of the interior of Gothic castles. All the while, normal lamps and light bulbs were slowly replaced by oil lamps, candles, and even old fireplaces, covered in the dust of centuries. After what felt like days, or indeed centuries, traveled back in time, I finally made it to a room that appeared older than even the oldest parts of the estate itself. It was entirely unimpressive, nothing but a small, crowded chamber, but its back wall comprised nothing but a giant and heavily ornate hardwood door. It was covered in a variety of delicate carvings. Creatures of mythology held sway over one side, while the other was coated in biblical scenes. Yet behind them I spied creatures much different, twisted, abominable beings hidden in the background, a mockery to the otherwise grand design, as if something older and darker was lurking behind the oh-so-common iconography. When I tried to open the door, I first thought it was securely locked, before I realized just how heavy this age-old gate truly was. With all the force I could muster, grunting, panting, and cursing, I finally cracked it open and was instantly assaulted by stale, moist air, thicker than any I had encountered before. It wafted from the doorway as thick as fog, and like pestilent vapors spread sluggishly over the room's floor. It was an air full of the smell of old age, the passage of centuries, but also pregnant with indescribable, otherworldly vestiges. I pushed myself past the door's heavy wood, ready to set foot into Elias's study and to finally lay eyes on the man's fabled portrait. What I found instead, however, were the first steps of an old spiral staircase that led down into the depths of the earth. For a moment, I stared at these stairs and the looming darkness that lay beyond, but then, driven by an almost unnatural sense of curiosity, I began on my descent. The stairs were old, ancient even, carved from stone, and were covered in thick moss and heavy perspiration. As I followed them round and round and round, I began to wonder just how far below the earth they led. Once more, the memory of those terrible dreams assaulted me. But I told myself there was nothing but nonsense, a flight of the imagination. Those stairs here, all they did was lead me to yet another hidden chamber, a basement study or something akin to it. Yet they continued on endlessly, and as minutes turned to what felt like hours, my fear slowly returned. I felt like I was not merely descending to the hidden depths of Biltmore Estate, but to hell itself. Before long, however, all those fears, all those worries, were pushed aside by a rising feeling of euphoria. This is what I had been looking for. This was what all these fevered months of study had been for, and what held the answer I so desperately craved, this obsession of mine. When did it truly start? I thought back to my arrival at Biltmore Estate, to my time in New York, my education at the boarding school, and I realized that in one way or another, it had always lurked in the back of my mind, lying dormant and hidden ever since I had heard those tales from my grandfather. I had longed to learn about my family line, our ancestral home, and, of course, the study of Elias Hawthorne. This longing was the true reason I had returned home. It was not my descent from modern society, and neither was it nostalgia. Goosebumps appeared all over my arms, and I could not help but shudder at this newest revelation. It felt almost as if I had been destined to come here, had always been destined to find this place, and be here at this very moment. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, a dim light reached me from what was without a doubt the bottom of the stairs. Once I descended these final stairs, I found yet another hardwood door, but one that was slightly cracked, and from this very crack, the dim light reached me. Stepping up to it, I reached out for the heavy wood, slowly caressing it, making sure it truly existed before I pushed it open. My eyes grew wide when I saw what was revealed in front of me. It was a grand hall, just like the one I had seen in those ghastly dreams, one grander than any I had seen before, be it at Biltmore Estate or even in the grand city of New York. It was a monumental construction, as if carved from the guts of the earth itself. The first thing I noticed was an abundance of light sources of all kinds. I saw modern electrical lights, but also oil lamps and candles, a strange mixture of the modern and the old, as if new kinds of technology had simply been added or layered over what was already there, an amalgamation of things past and present. I began to wonder, however, why there was light down here, who had turned it on, and who had lit all those oil lamps and candles. It could only mean that someone else was down here. I shivered. Who might call this ancient hidden hall their home? My eyes wandered around in search, but I saw no one. The thought of going back, to flee, to forget whatever I had found here appeared in my mind. That this was too strange, but was almost instantly pushed aside by the same fevered obsession that had so driven me these past months. All thoughts of danger were forgotten, and I set out to find what I had come for, the study of Elias Hawthorne. With each step, the same feeling of familiarity, of recognition came over me, one that only grew in intensity. These walls, the floor, the doorways that lined the walls, the corridors they led into, I had seen it all before, but not just in those terrible dreams. I stared at the impossibility in front of me, no, all around me, staring at what I still believed, hoped to be a flight of fancy, a demon of the imagination, and if I had only waited, it would be replaced by reality, and show me where I had really found my way to. However much I waited, though, nothing changed. The grand hall stayed as it was, and I finally had to admit that this place was real, that this place was the same one I had seen in all those ghastly dreams. Yet what actually was this place? Why was it? I was torn from my thoughts when I noticed movement to my left. A figure, its features hidden under a heavy shroud, had appeared at a doorway to my right and came rushing toward me. I reeled back in terror, raised my arms, ready to defend myself from whatever this was. Yet the figure paid me no heed, hurried past me, and entered another doorway, where it vanished in the looming darkness that lay ahead. For a moment, I was too stunned to do anything, and all I was able to do was stare after it, waiting for it to return. Yet the figure was simply gone. Then I began to wonder about something else. If the dreams were indeed true, then what about all those abominable horrors and deeds I had witnessed? Did it mean that those too were real? Once more, the impossible situation I found myself in came crashing down on me, and what little remained of the man who had once lived in New York screamed at me to abandon this crazy need for answers. Yet those were the words of a sane man. And I was not truly sane anymore, had not been in weeks, months, maybe even years. It felt like I was barely in control of my body as I set out again and ventured deeper into the hall. My footsteps echoed endlessly on the cold, hard stone floor, their echoes traveling ahead of me and intruding deep, deep into the distant, dark corridors all around me. Every once in a while, however, other, more distant sounds reached me. They originated from deep inside those looming dark corridors, sounding like moans and groans. I shuddered when I saw shuffling shadows, and could not help but imagine them to be the flesh constructs I had bore witness to in my dreams, twisted beings created down here, things made of wet flesh and torn skin, doomed for all eternity, and left alone in nothing but their misery, suffering, and pain. Before long, I saw more of the shrouded figures, but they too ignored me and hurried past me undeterred. Dozens, if not hundreds of them were down here, feverishly working on something, in a trance. My eyes trailed after them, and I noticed just how much their forms differed. Some seemed normal enough, their proportions human, their movement bipedal. Others, however, were hunched over, much smaller or taller than me, moving on all fours or slithering over the ground like reptiles, their motions jerky and animalistic. Rooms like the ones I had spied in those ghastly dreams had taken the place of dark, looming corridors. Some seemed to be studies, workstations, and reading quarters, but others were just as horrible as those the dreams had shown me. They were drenched in disgusting liquids, filled with twisted altars and abominable horrors. Yet none of them mattered, for I eventually found what I was looking for, the study of Elias Hawthorne. Just like in the dreams, I stood in front of a giant arched entryway, but for the first time, I was able to lay eyes upon it, could step through it, and now saw just how huge, but how magnificent the study truly was. The words room or study did not fit this impossibility at all. It was a work of architectural insanity, a design so grand it made my head hurt. It comprised what had to be dozens of open layers, all stacked upon one another, connected by a mad network of bridges and stairs, rising further and further upwards, but also down even deeper into the guts of the earth. Here, too, shrouded figures were everywhere, but their numbers were uncountable. They were standing in front of tomes and desks, studying ancient tomes, vellum, papyrus, and even stone tablets, working on complicated machinery and contraptions, or hurrying here and there, carrying items as strange as they were, outlandish. All this made it seem like I had intruded on an entire hidden society, a society of the shrouded and shunned. Finally, though, I found what I had been looking for so long. Against the study's back wall, opposite the giant arched entryway, and not hidden behind stairs or bridges, lay the portrait of Elias Hawthorne, the hidden portrait of my family's fabled progenitor. The portrait's size too defied all reason. It was tremendous, larger than any portrait or work of art I had ever laid eyes upon. A grand display. No, a monument. It was a portrait of a finely clad elderly gentleman, but one that looked almost too mundane, too ordinary to be the basis of so many legends and rumors. As I stared at it, however, it slowly began to change. Colors began running into one another, and the man seemed to move, as if alive, was warping himself. What was human slowly, ever so slowly, became something entirely different. Arms and legs began to atrophy, and were replaced by twisted appendages. The neck seemed to extend, and the head was pushed further and further from its body, before it opened up like the bulb of a flower, revealing something horrible within. Even the lower body was transforming, changing state from solid to liquid, and finally gaseous, only to become solid again, perpetually shifting. The thing I saw in front of me was physically impossible, something that should not exist, could not spawn from any earthly imagination. It was a twisted abomination so alien it made my head hurt. The longer I stared, the more horrible and surreal details I noticed. More parts of a grand whole, parts impossible to fathom. I saw mouths, eyes, hair, appendages, entire bodies fused together but eternally apart, things liquid and gaseous, all forming a creature, an entity not of this world. Yet, as I stared at it, I felt drawn forward, felt an almost obsessive need to bask in its presence, to prostrate myself in front of this ghastly horror, to touch it, to bind my existence to it. I see you arrived after all, Nathan. I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. I jerked up in shock, but was not able to tear my eyes from the ever-shifting painting in front of me. Instead, I could only stand there, stare ahead, unable to do anything but listen to the voice from behind me. Yet somehow, this voice, it sounded almost familiar. It's remarkable, isn't it? Finally, and with tremendous effort, I was able to open my mouth and form words, but I could only utter a single question while my eyes were still glued to the impossibility in front of me. What is this? It's what you set out to find, the hidden portrait of Elias Hawthorne. But this thing, Elias Hawthorne was more than a man. Much, much more. He was a being from a different realm, a visitor who took on the guise of man and walked our world. Yet his true form was too powerful and could not be constrained. Eventually, he had to retreat. But the being that was Elias Hawthorne knew there were ways, even if they were difficult, to return in all his glory. And so he created all this here, and made plans that would eventually allow him to stay in this realm perpetually, to conquer this world, and make it his. How? I felt a hand landing on my shoulder, and finally, I was able to tear my eyes from the gigantic portrait. As I turned around, I found one of the shrouded figures in front of me. Its entire body was covered by heavy fabric, and even its face was nothing but a shadow, hidden by the shroud's folds. Come, I'll show you. Now that my attention was fully focused on the mysterious figure, now that I truly listened, I realized why its voice had sounded so familiar. Grandpa, is that you? But how are you? A sound that might very well have been laughter came from between the folds. Before the figure began walking, and I, not knowing what else to do and in need of answers, simply followed after it. We traversed the entire width of the study, and eventually ascended one of the many stairs, pushing past other feverishly working shrouded figures. My eyes wandered around, trying to take in and understand what was happening here, but there was too much going on. Madness, I thought, like an anthill taken over by fevered insanity. He created servants. These servants are the ones who will eventually create the right conditions for him to return in all its terrifying glory and without being restricted to the body of man. Before he left, he gave instructions, taught them how to continue the work, and the steps on how to create other similar beings. Those servants, are they our lineage, the Hawthorne family? But what do you mean by created? By now, my grandfather had stopped in front of a metal door embedded into the study's wall. Instead of answering or even humoring my question, he pushed it open and bade me to follow him. What I saw in front of me was a sort of laboratory, but it too seemed to be a mixture of the old and the new. In a distant corner, I saw medieval experimenting tables. Stacks of minerals, mud and clay covered them, and in front stood shrouded figures forming them into approximations of the human body. And in another, I saw lumps of raw flesh sewn together into abominable forms. Twisted beings resembling neither man nor animal, things comprising nothing but arms or bodies, snake-like and slithering beings created with a singular purpose in mind. At first I thought they were nothing but models, but then I saw them twitch and stir, showing they were alive. My eyes, however, focused on the most modern part of this mad place, something akin to a genetic laboratory. It comprised modern equipment, test tubes, tanks, and vats in which things were growing. Things close to the human form, embryos, I realized. What is this place? What's happening here? Have you ever read Thomas Brown's Pseudodoxia Epidemica? What does it matter if I? What about Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Faust? Oh, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? I just stared at the figure that had once been my grandfather, still not understanding what these books, these names, had to do with the madness I was witnessing here. Have you ever heard the word homunculus? I opened my mouth, but instead of answering, I watched the twisted work that continued all around us, watched as bodies were formed from clay and mud, as lumps of flesh were being stacked on top of one another, and once more I stared at the human-shaped things growing in the vats and tanks. No, it can't be. This makes no sense. Something like this, I stammered, overwhelmed by the revelation that had just hit me. As I explained before, he created servants, beings not entirely human, approximations, fakes, homunculi, if you will. But in time, the process was being improved, perfected even, and what was once crude amalgamations of flesh eventually became. But why are you showing me all this? Why'd you bring me to this godforsaken place? As if to answer, his hand fell on my shoulder, and for a moment, he gave me a caressing squeeze. It was all that was necessary to answer my question, to confirm the terrible truth of our lineage. We were created for a single purpose, Nathan. No, how can any of this? How can? I grew up at Biltmore Estate. You told me about my mother, what happened to her. And you were created in this very room, Nathan, just like I was before you, and all those others you see here. Let me ask you, does this place not feel familiar? Have you not seen it before? It's because of the dreams. I saw it in my dreams. They haunted me for weeks, for months. So what exactly are dreams, Nathan? Are they nothing but our brains sorting through our memories and interpreting them? Did you not feel the familiarity of the place the moment you stepped inside it? I could not go on. He was right. The familiarity I had felt from those dreams. It was because I had felt like I was retracing my very own steps. But then why send me to New York? Why urge me on the way you did? Why did you tell me never to return to Biltmore Estate? A sigh of the deepest regret sounded from my grandfather's ancient throat before he spoke again. Because I cared for you. I did not want you to return. I did not want you to become part of all this. I wanted you to be free, to get away. But what? I failed. You're here now. But I guess it was always meant to happen this way. All I tried, all I did, it was all predestined. Predestined in this very room, before you, before I were even formed. Your life, just like mine and that of any other member of the Hawthorne family, was laid out long before. No, that's not true. Sure, you took care of me, and sure you chose that boarding school for me. But after that, I decided things on my own. My field of study. And why did you choose those specific fields? Why history? Why contemporary politics? Why did you decide to bother trying to understand the workings of the modern world? Once more, I could not go on. I began to think, to really think. Had not all of this happened because of my upbringing, because of my obsession with all the stories I had heard about my family? Had not it been my wish to understand how my family came to be, and thus been driven to also make sense of the world? And yet, why? Why exactly? The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I had been pushed, goaded in this direction by an invisible power, as if it had been whispered to me by something else. And all I had ever done had been chosen for me. And the world is ever changing, Nathan. It's always turning, and there's always new knowledge to be added to our vast archives. Whenever we succeed and are able to create a perfect specimen, those creatures become the members of the Hawthorne family, and we are sent out into the world to gather the knowledge we need before they eventually return to join the rest of us on our eternal mission. Eternal mission. Suddenly, I remembered who I was even talking to, my grandfather. How was he even alive? How are you even here, Grandpa? I mean, those letters, the death certificate. How can you possibly be? I did not die, Nathan. It was merely the end of my tutelage and my role as your guardian. None of us ever truly die. What does that even mean? I got a hold of him, and in my frustration and confusion, I began to shake him. Suddenly, the shroud covering his face was thrown aside. The face I saw was one that should not be alive. It was nothing but taut skin stretched over brittle bone, where his eyes should have been, eyes that were once a piercing blue, were now only two deep, yawning holes. His nose was nothing but a twisted mess of darkened cartilage. What remained of his lips was curled back, revealing part of the jaw and a few lonely, blackened teeth. I screamed and reeled back in terror, and my grandfather, with a trembling hand comprising nothing but bone, quickly covered his features again, as if to hide his wretched appearance from not only me, but the rest of the world as well. There are ways, Nathan. Knowledge. And in time, we learned many things, and so will you. For a moment, I was baffled by his last words, but then I understood what they meant, understood why I had been led here. Terror washed over me, and my entire body began trembling. Oh God, I was meant to become one of those things, those shrouded figures. I was meant to be enslaved down here for all eternity, just like they were meant to join this ghastly work and bring back this inspiring, magnificent, terrible entity. And just like my grandfather and all those countless others, I would turn into a rotting corpse, another broken thing cursed to serve forever. In a panic, I dashed past the shriveled corpse that had once been my grandfather and dashed away. He did not reach out for me. He did not come after me, and only his words followed me. "How futile it is," he said, was all he said. But those 4 words were filled with such endless misery, sadness, and pain that they made me stumble as if struck. As I ran, I pushed myself through the mass of shrouded figures, pushed them aside and into one another, revealing what lay below their heavy shrouds. Many of them were as feeble as Grandpa, comprising nothing but skin and bone, nothing but walking corpses. Others were twisted heaps of flesh that made me reel back in disgust. Amalgamations just like those I had seen being created in that laboratory. Some were even stranger. However, nothing but clay and stone golems, I realized. I even saw mixtures of the organic and inorganic, constructs of living tissue and various minerals. There were even some my hands passed right through, finding nothing to hold on to. Gaseous entities comprising nothing but glowing orbs, as if only their souls remained, yet still bound, still conscripted. It was the horror of existence in all its magnificent glory, driven to its sheer impossible limits, and then beyond. I eventually reached the stairs and continued my dash upwards. On and on I went. When my legs failed, I continued to crawl, clawing at the stairs ahead of me. Further and further I dragged myself, pulling myself onward over moist, moss-covered steps. Before long, after what felt like an eternity, I escaped from the staircase. I expected someone or something to come after me, to drag me back down, but I was strangely left to my own devices. Upon returning to my quarters, I set out to end it all, to burn it all to the ground, Biltmore Estate, the legacy of what I had thought to be the Hawthorne family line, and to close off that abominable staircase and what lay below forever. And yet, I could not do it. Countless times, I lit the match. Countless times I held the blazing embers in my hand, but did nothing. The few times I managed to set fire to a tapestry or a tome in my grandfather's library, I doused them as quickly as they were born. Something is reaching out to me, into my mind, telling me, compelling me, commanding me, to stop all this nonsensical struggle and to follow my birthright. I told myself I would not. I screamed at myself to run, to flee from Biltmore Estate, but whenever I tried, I found myself lost in the labyrinthine mess of halls. Always, every day, every night, every single minute, it becomes harder to resist the voices that tell me to return, to serve, and to become part of its eternal mission. I know I can't last. I won't last. That's why I was left, why I was not bothered upon my return from that terrible place. All I can do is share these mad, incoherent ramblings, this warning. Most will discard it as the words of a madman. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know how or when, but I know one day, the terrible entity that was once known as Elias Hawthorne will return, and when it does, all will be lost. The returning souls. The whispers started at midnight, not from lips, but from the walls themselves, cracks blooming like veins, leaking a red glow that tasted of rust and regret. Something had crossed back, wearing a child's skin, and it hungered for the light it had left behind. What it saw on the other side would unravel us all. Excerpts from the journals of Mrs. Olivia Bennett, June 2017 to August 2017. Friday, June 9th. Lucas's coughing has been getting worse lately. It wakes me up at night. Even from down the hall I can hear the hacks, the wheezes, the phlegmy gasps of breath. I wish I had earplugs. Does that make me a horrible person? It is too easy to picture him lying there, clammy skin, body racked with shivers. Poor Lucas, my little boy. Some nights when the coughing gets particularly bad, I get up and bring him a glass of water from the bathroom tap. His hands are always shaky when I hand him the cup. I stroke his hair and whisper what I hope are comforting words. They seem to help anyway. He always manages to force a smile. He is a sweet boy. Lucas does not say much when he is hurting, but I can read the signs. He has inherited his father's lousy poker face. So when I hear those hacking coughs, when I see the misery in his eyes, I bring him a couple of his pain pills. They seem to help too. If we are lucky, they knock him right out for the rest of the night. He always seems to sleep better after taking them. I keep waiting for something to go wrong, for the effects to wear off, or for some ugly new symptom to rear its head. This is the third drug I have tried so far. Dr. Simmons was sure that this one would turn it all around, but I have not got much confidence. I have been through this before. This is not the kind of thing you get better from. It is times like this that I miss James. I miss him so bad that I just feel like curling into a ball and never leaving the house again. It is tempting. I will think I am doing okay, and then I catch glimpses of him. Little things. I see him in Lucas's freckles. I see him in the rumpled blankets and the empty pillow I wake up next to every morning. I see him in the unpaid credit card bills and the blank to-do lists on the fridge. And each little thing triggers a wave of such sadness, such emptiness, that it takes all my willpower to keep from weeping. I do not want to cry in front of Lucas. He deserves better than that. I cannot write any more of this. Too many unpleasant memories. Maybe I will try again tomorrow. Saturday, June 10th. I was surprised to find Lucas already dressed and watching TV when I came downstairs this morning. He has not gotten up before me since his preschool days. It is a good sign. I want to think so, but part of me knows it cannot be that easy. He still looks and sounds pretty sick. Not as bad as last night, but it is there. I wonder if he is trying to subdue his coughing for my sake. It is shocking how much he has changed. 3 weeks ago, he was out tossing baseballs with the Carter twins, hair tousled, cheeks flushed with adrenaline. Now he can barely cross the kitchen without getting tired. His skin has turned a pasty white color like dried glue. He has lost at least 10 pounds. I have tried feeding him everything I have got in the house, but nothing seems to help. And I hate to say it, but being around Lucas has made me paranoid about my own health throughout the rest of my cigarettes the other week. I am doing everything I can to avoid the temptation. I get Ava, Lucas's babysitter, to pick up groceries for me now. I am too afraid I will walk past the drugstore and find myself waiting in line asking for a box of Marlboros. I just cannot take that chance. Not anymore. Some days the withdrawal symptoms get so bad that I wonder who is suffering more, me or Lucas. Which is a stupid question, of course. It just does not seem fair that neither of us gets a break, but I cannot be at my best for him. He needs a perfect caretaker. He needs Mother of the Year. And lately, that just is not me. It is not all bad news, though. I got a call from Dr. Kensington's office today. His receptionist said that they would like us to stop by next week to see if Lucas is a good fit for their program. I have to admit, my heart skipped a beat when I heard that. I still do not want to get my hopes too high. It would not be the first time something like this has fallen through. Thursday, June 15th. I took Lucas to see Dr. Kensington this morning. Getting him to the car was a challenge. He took one step outside and cringed. He said the sun made his skin burn like 1,000 tiny fire ants crawling all over him. It is the first time he has ever complained about something like this. That worries me. It is getting worse. We both know it, but neither of us is saying it. I finally dug an old umbrella out of the closet. It helped shield him from the Sunday he was wearing his Power Rangers sweatshirt, even though it had to be 70 degrees out. I asked him if it made him sweat, but he did not answer. He just shrunk deeper into the folds of his sweatshirt and stared gloomily out the window. The drive was quiet. I tried playing his favorite radio station for a while, but it felt wrong somehow. I do not think either of us was listening anyway. We just sat there and listened to the rumble of our tires on the pavement. The roads were strangely empty for a Thursday morning. I had never seen the highway look so ghostly. Heat shimmers made the horizon wobbly and turned Monterey into a mirage. We must have driven for a solid 20 minutes. The closer we drew to the shore, the stranger the buildings became. You expect beach houses out here, flat boxy buildings with swimming pools and jacuzzis, but not on this stretch apparently. It was like some giant hand had plucked plantation homes from the American South and dropped them on the cliffs above the shoreline. An odd phrase popped into my mind as I stared at them. Strangers in paradise. I am not sure where it came from exactly, but it felt right. I slowed the car when we pulled into the driveway to the Kensington house. I will be honest, my first look at the place did not inspire much confidence. It reminded me of those sprawling mansions you see in travel books about the English countryside, but not nearly as quaint. The architecture was not sinister exactly, but there was definitely something off about it. It demanded your attention. For brick chimneys, who needs that many anyway? Triangular balconies jutted out every which way. Marble columns just a few degrees short of parallel. In row after row of windows, panes of dark squared glass, shutters thrown open. The sun glinted in each one like a dot of captured flame. Look at me. Those windows seemed to insist, so I looked. It was hard not to. Lucas squirmed in the back seat. Is that it? He asked. Is that the place? He sounded skeptical. I did not blame him either. The stories I had heard about Kensington were incredibly reassuring. His success rate with unusual cases was surprisingly high, but people never felt comfortable being around him. Kensington House gave off a similar vibe. No welcome sign, no guest check-in, no indicator that anyone even lived in this place. At least they had a paved parking lot, empty mostly. I parked in the closest space I could find and helped Lucas fetch his umbrella. Kensington House loomed up against the sun, so we were standing in the shadows. It was much colder than I expected. Lucas shivered inside his sweatshirt and clung to my side. I do not like it here, he said in a high-pitched whine. Do not make me stay here. I do not want to anymore. It is okay, I said, gripping his hand for comfort. I am with you. I am not going to leave your side. We walked together up the front steps and pushed our way into the main hall. It was a wide, elegant space laid out like the lobby in a fancy hotel. Electric chandeliers glinted over our heads. Potted ferns and dusty old portraits surrounded us on all sides. I saw the desk for reception and guided Lucas over. I kept my hand firmly in his. The carpet was so plush that my shoes disappeared into the red fibers. The receptionist looked up and gave us a vague smile. She had the thinnest pair of glasses I have ever seen and wore a stiff gray cardigan. Hello, welcome to Kensington House, she said. Do you have an appointment? Yes, my son's here for his preliminary checkup, I said. I called earlier this week. Oh, of course, Mrs. Bennet, she said. She peered at Lucas through her glasses. He shrank into his sweatshirt and gave my hand an anxious squeeze. It is okay, dear. Dr. Kensington has been expecting you. Just go down the hall to the first room on your left. He will come get you when he is ready. I thanked her and pulled the reluctant Lucas down the hall. This wing of the house had a musty sort of odor that reminded me of my mother's place. It was not pleasant. Lucas wrinkled his nose and shoved the sleeve over his face to block out the smell. Not a good start. Getting him to stay in this place was going to be difficult, but where else was I supposed to go? Kensington House was my last resort. This did not work. I was out of options. The first room on the left looked like a typical hospital waiting room, more or less. Couches and plastic chairs and coffee tables laden with pop culture magazines. A muted TV in the corner cited silent news. There was no one else here. It was so quiet we could hear the crashing of the waves from far below. The entire back wall was one vast pane of tinted glass. Strange for this sort of house. Lucas let go of my hand to wander closer. He touched the glass with one hesitant finger, then shivered. It is cold, he mumbled, but it is so sunny outside. Now is it cold? I did not have an answer, so I said nothing. I joined him by the window and stared across the water. The sight was dizzying. Kensington House balanced on the very edge of a cliff, and the ground beyond the window extended maybe 10 feet before plunging away. It would be a long fall. I tried not to think about it. I could see the waves washing over the sand and the clusters of debris, mostly seaweed and driftwood. The beach was empty. Everything was empty. There was only the brief stretch of shoreline and the vastness of the ocean, and nothing else in the world. Nothing but us and Kensington House. In the dark tint of the glass, our reflection stared back at us. We looked like two ghosts floating in the blue. Later, Dr. Kensington came to collect Lucas while I was writing. He is a small man built like a mole. If I am honest, I was amazed he could see through glasses that thick. He said, "Hello, how are you?" The usual pleasantries seemed normal enough to me. His hair was thin, light brown, peppered with gray. He also wore this absurdly long lab coat that went all the way down to his ankles. Lucas tried to hide behind my legs, but I managed to coax him out. He had retreated so far into his sweatshirt that I could barely see his face. I apologized for his behavior. I said he was a bit nervous coming to such a new place. In all, Kensington sympathized. He said that was common for most people, especially those around Lucas's age. The house took some getting used to, but he would feel right at home in a matter of days. Leaving the view of the ocean behind, we left the waiting room and followed Dr. Kensington toward the east wing of the house. "Lucas's bedroom looks down on the tennis courts in the community garden," he said. "Isn't that nice?" I nudged Lucas with my elbow, and he mumbled something in response. It might have been, I guess. I passed a few other patients along the way. Not the most pleasant-looking bunch. I saw a woman who could not be much older than me limping down the hall with a walker. A couple of kids with tubes coming from every orifice. One man was slumped against the wall, muttering a stream of numbers under his breath. Kensington caught me staring and assured me that all the patients were perfectly safe. They would not be allowed out of the rooms otherwise. It did not cheer me up as much as he hoped it would. I was relieved to see Lucas's bedroom. I think Lucas was too. A plush, queen-sized bed, carpeted floor, shelves full of colorful books, wide, clear windows with billowing curtains. There was even a large, flat-screen TV on the far wall. It was the farthest thing from a sterile hospital room you could imagine. Lucas wandered over to the bed and took a seat, bouncing lightly. He did not smile, but he said, "This is nice." Kensington got to work running some diagnostic tests. I could not pretend to understand what he was doing exactly, but I let myself be hopeful. Lucas sat there quietly the entire time, only wincing when Kensington pricked his finger for a blood sample. I expected the doctor to slip the vial into his pocket, but he held it up to the light instead, squinting his eyes. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him. He capped the vial and came over to talk to me. "I have to run some tests on Lucas's blood," he said, "but I think he is a very good candidate. He can stay here overnight, and if things look promising, we will start treatment in the morning." So it took a lot of strength to keep my composure. I thanked him and went to go talk to Lucas. He had already started flipping through the catalog of TV channels on the nightstand. He did not look scared anymore, and he was not trying to hide, which I took to be a good sign. I told him what Dr. Kensington had said and promised him he was going to get better soon. "Okay," he said. "I am still on the catalog. It is a big promise I hope I can keep. Everything is in Kensington's hands now. Sunday, June 10th. It is my third night without Lucas in the house. My third night utterly alone. I felt alone, of course, especially after James died, but this is the first time I have had to live in an empty home. It is awful. I keep expecting to hear the noise of cartoons from the living room. I keep waiting for the shower to run upstairs. But the reality is that no one brings sound to this house anymore but me. Sometimes I will leave the faucet running in the kitchen just so that I could hear something except for silence. Then the steady dripping gets maddening, and I have to turn it off. Dr. Kensington told me that Lucas is settling in well and adapting to his new surroundings. He spends most of his time watching TV in his bedroom, which is what he does at home anyway, so I guess that is a good sign. They started the treatment and said they will contact me when there is a change in his condition, and I am welcome to visit whenever I want as long as I call ahead. Otherwise, I cannot really do anything except wait. I have been working from home ever since Lucas started getting sick, but now being in the house is torture to me. I have started taking walks around the neighborhood just to get out of the damn place. Sometimes I see Rachel Donovan out with her twins and she always wants to stop and chat, but I always smile and pretend I am off somewhere urgent. I wonder how long it will take before she gets the hint and stops trying. If I am being honest, part of the reason I want to leave the house is that I still have a pack of cigarettes tucked deep inside the medicine cabinet. I do not want to be anywhere near the temptation. I cannot bring myself to throw them out. I keep telling myself they are for emergencies only, although what the hell constitutes a cigarette emergency? So it is just better to remove myself. But now it is night again, and the craving and the emptiness are hitting me hard. I am writing this in my bed, one hand on the sheet beside me where James used to lie. I have got my ears trained to hear a sound, any sound, but there is nothing except the scratching of my pencil. Earlier I thought I heard the sound of a child laughing outside, or maybe it was just a bird calling. That is a hard time telling what is real anymore. Wednesday, July 6th. I went to visit Lucas today. The poor boy was sicker than I had ever seen him, all scrawny in his patient gown. I know that is just to be expected, that it is like chemo. It has to get worse before it gets better. It did not make it any easier to see him, though. Lucas has never been a talkative child, but he barely said a word to me when I sat by his bed. He just stared blankly at Gravity Falls on the far wall and not at me. Occasionally when I asked him a question. At one point, he turned to me and said emphatically, "Mom, I am fine," but his cheeks were clammy and pale, and I did not believe him for a second. I do not think Lucas believed it either. Dr. Kensington said this is normal. His methods are experimental, he told me, and every patient reacts to the treatment differently. But in the end, they all get better. I hope he is right. I got a glimpse of the stuff in Lucas's IV tube, and it is a bright, vivid purple. It is not like any serum I have seen in any hospital before. Then again, no hospital has been able to help my boy, so maybe that is a good sign. I do not have much willpower in me to write these days, but I figured I would get this much out. Hopefully next time I open this journal, I will have good news to share. Wednesday, July 31st. Good news, huh? What a joke. I cannot believe how naive I was. I am just shaking with fear and anger, and the kind of anxiety I have not had since my teenage years. I am curled up on the windowsill writing this, staring out into the furiously falling rain. It has been 3 weeks since I have seen Lucas last. In all this time, I have not heard from Dr. Kensington once. He was supposed to call if there was any change in Lucas's condition for better or for worse, so the radio silence had made me antsy and frustrated. I have tried calling the front desk, but the receptionist tells me every time without fail that the doctor is busy with a patient and cannot come to the phone. Every time I have slammed my phone back on the counter with shaky hands. At a certain point, I could not take the silence anymore. So tonight I pulled out my laptop and started searching for what I was not sure, but I wanted to dig into the history of Dr. Kensington, see what his previous patients had to say. Was his long stretch of nothing normal? Or should I be worried that I have not heard anything in almost a month? Every source on the front page brought me to the same stale bio, the list of his credentials, and the same few sources citing the power of his work. I had seen all of this when looking him up in June. I needed something deeper, something that had not quite risen to the top. Eventually, I found a sketchy site called Rate My Doctor and a written wasteland which looked like it had been shoddily put together by a high school programmer. I did not expect to get anywhere, honestly, but the page for Dr. Kensington was miles long, full of testimonies from his previous patients, most of them looking like this. Sophia Ramirez wrote, "Dr. Kensington is a saint. Do not know how he does it, but I went in with stage 4 lung cancer and came out healthier than I had ever been. He is a true miracle worker and proof that God is real." The syrupy sweet tone made me want to vomit, and the more I scrolled, the more I started to think this was a lost cause. Nothing here would tell me anything about Kensington that I did not already know. When I reached the post somewhere in the middle, dated earlier this year, and the opening sentence stopped me cold. Jordan Lee wrote, "Dr. Kensington killed me, literally. I was legally dead for 3 minutes. I thought it was fishy that I kept getting worse, even though everyone said he was supposed to be a miracle doctor or whatever. 2 months later, I was dead. Not even a near-death thing, I was totally under. Cannot even describe what I saw while I was there. It was vaguely blurry, but it made me so scared that I started bawling as soon as I woke up. Stay away from him, if you value your life." My heart was pounding. I kept scrolling, skimming through the messages which had suddenly taken a grisly turn, and every single patient reported coming close to death or going entirely past the threshold. Near the bottom, one of the final posts drew my eye. I read it with a rapidly plummeting stomach. Isabella Cruz wrote earlier this year, "I contracted a really unusual illness up north. It became obvious that the symptoms were slowly killing me, so when I left town I went south to find Dr. Kensington. He was a little too enthusiastic about my case, took loads of blood samples, but never told me what they were for. Then, after I left, I heard stories from his other patients. I think I was the one who started it. He was using my blood to experiment, to do what I do not know, but he is digging into something he should not be, and I do not know what will happen if he finds what he is looking for. The screen started swimming in front of my eyes. I slammed the laptop shut and stood up from my chair, unable to keep my hands from trembling. For a moment, I did not know what I meant to do. Then a horrible craving overtook me, and I stumbled out of the room. I reached the bathroom and flung open the medicine cabinet. The Marlboros were tucked behind the stack of James's old pill bottles right where I had left them. It felt good to smoke, even though I hated myself for every puff. I sat by the window and stared at the rain. I am still there now. The smoke kissed the glass with each breath and dissipated in little curls of gray. Visiting hours are over at Kensington House. There is no way I could confront Kensington tonight. Tomorrow, though. I may not be Mother of the Year, but damn it, I am Mother. And God help any man who gets between a mother and her son. Tuesday, August 1st. Kensington House loomed above me when my car pulled into the lawn. The windows glimmered orange in the light of the setting sun, except as bated candlelight. The balconies were shadowy. The marble pillars stood defiantly at odd light angles. My stomach churned at the thought of what might lay inside. The receptionist seemed startled to see me. "Mrs. Bennet," she said, "we were not expecting you. You know you were always supposed to call ahead." "I need to see Dr. Kensington," I said. "It is an emergency." She sputtered and tried to call something after me, but I was already storming down the hall towards Lucas's room. One of the other patients saw me coming and moved wisely out of the way. His IV drips slithered from his arm into the machine he was rolling along. The same purple liquid shimmered inside his sack. I wanted to grab it and rip it out of him. I reached Lucas's bedroom and shoved through the door. Kensington was there, standing over Lucas's bed. The slam of the door made him jump. He turned to face me, his eyes like little moons under his thick glasses. Behind him on the bed, Lucas lay motionless. So thin and so pale, it looked like he lost half his body weight since coming here. The IV in his arm was flowing with a bright violet liquid. "Get those damn IVs out of him," I screamed. "Get them out of him." I grabbed Kensington by the arm and shook him more violently than I intended. The glasses slipped on his nose. He looked alarmed, but only for a moment. He tore his arm out of mine with more force than I'd expected and brushed the wrinkles out of his sleeve. "You consented to these procedures when you admitted Lucas here," he said. "Everything was in the contract you signed. You pledged to keep Lucas under treatment as long as I, his doctor, deemed him too unwell for release. And in his current state, he is not ready to go anywhere." "I do not care about a goddamn contract," I screamed. "You are killing my son." Kensington stared at me. "My God," he started speaking in tongues. "Your son will not die," he said. "None of my patients die, not permanently. Each one comes back stronger, healthier, and one step closer toward unraveling that great mystery of death, of what comes after." He leaned in closer. "Don't you want to know, Mrs. Bennet? What would not you give to know where your loved ones go when they leave us?" James's face came to mind all at once, flooding in like water, hot and rushing. The number of nights I had lost sleep on those old sheets, needing his empty pillow. The number of times I had imagined him walking through the front door, taking off his coat, picking up exactly where we had left off. Of course I had wondered. Of course I wanted to know. But not like this. "What would I not give?" I shouted. "I would not give my only son, you monster." Kensington lifted his head, but before he could speak, the heart monitor began to beep erratically. His thinning eyebrows shot way up. He rushed to Lucas's side and whipped out his clipboard, scribbling furious notes, wanting nothing more than to scream, attack him, tear him away from my son. But I found that I could not move. I felt rooted to the spot. My breaths kept hitching and hot tears trickled from my eyes. It happened fast, faster than it should have. 1 second Lucas's chest was rising and falling, his heart monitor beeping. The next second it was silent. The beeps cut out and Lucas's body went still. He looked so small laying there like a child-sized doll, all flat chest and stuffed limbs sprawled on the bed. Kensington got to work immediately. He yanked the purple 4 serum out of the tangle of tubes, drew a second orange sack of serum from inside his lab coat, and swapped the two in seconds. Soon drips of orange were trickling through the tube. I watched as the liquid slithered beneath Lucas's bandage and entered his skin. His arm twitched a little bit like he had been shocked. Now I could not breathe. I do not think Kensington could either. We stood and we stared and we waited. Then he woke up, gasped, and coughed and sputtered, mucus flying from his lips. I let out an involuntary cry of relief. I almost rushed forward to grab his hand, but something stopped me. It was his eyes. They were still shut, clamped so tight it crinkled the skin around his cheeks, and I could see his eyeballs moving restlessly beneath the lids. It looked like a video game playing fast forward. "Lucas," Kensington breathed. "Lucas, can you hear my voice? Can you come back to us?" He started to reach out a hand too, but hesitated. Lucas stopped moving. 1 second he was convulsing. The next, his entire body went still. I felt those familiar dregs of panic seeping in. But now, he had not left us again. There was movement. I felt my skin crawl as his eyes turned in their sockets, as if he was staring at the doctor through the flesh of his eyelids. "Can you tell us what you saw?" Kensington went on, his breathing heavy. "Can you tell us where he went?" Lucas moved before either of us could react. His hand shot out and grabbed Kensington by the forearm. The doctor froze, presumably, I thought, in surprise at the sudden movement. But the seconds passed and he stayed as still as a statue. He was not even breathing. I took a fearful step back and stared at my son. "Lucas," I whispered. Then the doctor. I do not really have a word for what happened to him. The closest I could come up with is splintered. It was like he had suddenly turned two-dimensional, and something had taken a large hammer to his figure, smashing it into sharp little slivers. Lucas let go of his hand, and the slivers came apart, crashing to the floor with the sound of static and broken glass. I screamed an ugly scream all the way from the back of my throat, and Lucas opened his eyes. His green irises were gone, pupils to the space between as lids were. How can I describe it? A colorless texture, this void, absolute nothingness. It hurt my mind to stare into it. Lucas opened his mouth too wide, far too wide. His jaw was stretching like putty, and an echo of my scream issued from his throat. It stabbed into my brain. Blood began to dribble from my ears. I clapped my hands over them and stumbled back. Lucas's jaw continued to grow, and grow, and grow, until it was touching the edge of his hospital gown. I did not want to leave my boy, but I think I knew there was nothing left of him in that bed, so I turned and ran weeping into the hallways of the Kensington house. There was something wrong with the walls. Cracks were forming in the wallpaper. The same jagged splinters and harsh red light seeped between them. The patients were howling in pain, static pain, and I saw a few of them crouched over in agony. Their outlines were gray and blurry. I did not stop to see if they were splintering. I reached the main hall, but my way forward was blocked by a massive red slash that seemed to be bleeding in midair. The receptionist's, what was left of her, was slumped behind the front desk. The slash had split her face into one eye on each side of the diagonal slice, red light stabbing through the bloodless gash. I wrenched and backpedaled. The cracks had taken on the looks of spiderwebs. They were so dense, and I was afraid of being caught in the halls when that horrible light finally burst through. I spotted the waiting room doors and threw myself toward them in desperation. The TV inside was projecting nothing but gray lines, but the room itself looked untouched by whatever forces were tearing apart the rest of the house. I pushed a long couch against the doors, kind of a makeshift barricade. Then I ducked behind the cover of the coffee table and curled up into a tight ball. My knuckles were practically popping through my skin, and I could hear myself sobbing low and inconsolable. I bit my lip and struggled to keep the sound in. The large glass window was whole and intact, and the sun was setting off in the horizon, huge and red. I stared at it and tried to breathe. There was something mesmerizing about it, about the way it rippled across the ocean smooth instead of sharp comments that are violent. It belonged to a world that was no longer a part of. Still, as I stared at it, I could feel myself cooling down enough to stop sobbing at least. Minutes have passed since then, and the waiting room has stayed the same. I am not naive enough to think this is over, though. Wails of pain are still echoing from outside, and I know it is only a matter of time before the horror reaches me too. For now I have a little reprieve, so I am writing this down, setting the record straight, to explain what really happened today. I do not know what Kensington has awakened. Whatever came back from that brink is not my little boy, but I cannot help but wonder, though, if he had gotten close, if he had reached into whatever world awaits after death, and had plucked back something else, something that had come back into our world, using Lucas as a puppet. So where my son is now, that where James is, some hideous world, some nightmarish place where the light bleeds red and everything is cracked and splintered, I do not think I can bear it. Oh, God, please tell me it is not true. The light is held off for a long time, but I could see the first cracks appearing around the door frame. There is a shadow in the glass. Even from here, I could feel the void in its eyes. I can see the droop of its elongated jaw. I cannot write anymore. The doorknob is turning. Oh, Lucas. Sweet Lucas, I love you, and I am so sorry for what I have done. Whatever is on the other side, at least I will be with you and Daddy soon. The preceding journal was discovered in the wreckage of the Kensington house the morning after its collapse. The cliff face on which it stood had eroded and crumbled away, sending the house and its inhabitants, 32 patients, 12 doctors, 4 administrative personnel, and 1 civilian, according to the sign and logs, crashing into the ocean below. Most of the bodies recovered were heavily disfigured. One responder to the scene described the victims as hollowed out and deeply unsettling, but refused to go into further detail. The other houses along these cliffs have been evacuated until the source of the collapse can be determined. The bodies of Lucas and Olivia Bennett have not been recovered.